Okay, good morning, everybody. I make it 10 a.m, so we'll start. First of all, welcome to, this is hearing 83 for Plan Change 76 for Wakefield. I'm Kip Mailing. I was appointed as a commissioner to hear this some 18 months ago, before the last election. And with me today is Deputy Mayor Bryant and Councillor Christine McKenzie. I'll just do some housekeeping to start. Under health and safety, toilets are just out on your left. If the fire alarm goes, we assemble out in the car park in front of the pub through there. If there's an earthquake, drop and hold. Please have your phones turned off or on silent. Standard procedure in here is a fine, but I don't think I can do that. But phones off would be a good thing. First of all, I've been my fourth term on council. I first became a hearings commissioner under the RMA, making good decisions back in 2011. And I've heard a number of consent hearings and plan changes. And I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to introduce himself, and then Councillor McKenzie, then I'll introduce all the staff.
Thank you, Councillor Mailing. I'm not sure when I first became a hearing commissioner. I've been on council for 24 years now, 25 years, and done a large number of hearings, particularly when we used to do them prior to the accreditation and then a post accreditation as well. So probably done in excess of 100 hearings. So a lot of those have been resource consent hearings rather than plan changes are not so common, obviously.
Yes, good morning. So my name's Christine McKenzie. I'm a second term ward councillor for the Moutere-Waimea ward. By profession, I'm a chartered accountant, and I first became a hearing commissioner in 2019 and then recertified in 2023 and have done about 3 plan change hearings. Thank you.
Okay, so today we're going to hear submissions from Homes for Wakefield, Wakefield Village Developments, and resident Jean Gorman and Richard Martin. Other submitters that we aren't hearing from today are Wakako Tahi, Peter Carmody, and Kathy Mackay, who don't wish to speak. 4 Tasman District Council in the room today we've got, and we will hear from, we've got Anna McKenzie, who's done the Section 42A reporting officer. So Anna, and then we've got Glenn Stevens, who's natural resource scientist. Is it right? Okay. Wouter Wortman, you're with Tonkin and Taylor now. You used to be with us. Who's senior water resource consultant. Rosalind Squire, contract reserves planner, is with us as well. Richard Hilton, I think I saw Richard at the back. Yeah, he's team leader reserves. Bill Rice is our infrastructure planner transport, and Jackie Deans is urban growth coordinator. And we also have Narissa Armstrong providing the admin and tech, because I certainly need help with that. Barry Johnson, who's providing some advice to the panel. Jeremy Butler is at the back, who's our urban team leader, providing some technical planning support. And Sonia is going to help the panel as well. And I'm not going to pronounce your last name, Sonia, because I do it wrong and embarrass myself. So I don't think there's anyone else. And we've got a senior manager in the back, John Ridd, as well. So I think that covers me. Oh, and the gentleman sitting beside Jeremy is in comms, that's right. See, there's too many staff, can't remember everybody's names. And I know that Nigel, you've got a full team with you as well. Yeah, just press the button. Sorry.
Yes, I've got Wayne Whiting, a principal of Wakefield Village Development Company. Rob Ford, Rob Jones, who, in the case of Rob Jones, gave a statement of evidence. To my left, Mark Lyle, planner, and Gary Clark, transportation engineer beyond that. We also have David Carlson McCall, who's involved with other meetings. I've got him on call. If you require any questions of him, we'll bring him down. It's interesting to see that the council can field a full cricket team with 3 reserves.
So we've got a bit of a timetable for today, which has been circulated, and I think all the statements have been circulated. I know the evidence that came in from Wakefield was late, and we did ask for it earlier, but I know they're lay people, so they were a bit late with that. So with that, I think we will go to the reporting officer at this stage.
Thank you, Chair. So the objective of Plan Change 76 is to provide additional land for residential housing and to encourage both intensification and a variety of densities within the area identified as the proposed Wakefield development area, which is shown on this map, and there's a zoning map as well, Marissa, the next one. The plan change is responding to issues around the direction given in the Nelson Tasman Future Development Strategy 2022, regional-wide issues around the need to provide for population growth and manage housing affordability, the need to provide for a variety of lot sizes to cater for different and changing demographics, and the need to ensure efficient land use. In order to address these issues, this plan change is seeking to rezone and change applicable rules for the area identified as the proposed Wakefield development area. It seeks to ensure that a variety of housing options are developed on the land, including densities and types that achieve a high standard of amenity and make efficient use of land where urban expansion occurs. To encourage a variety of housing densities and types, plan change applies the Tasman Resource Management Plan's existing compact density provisions to the site with an additional non-notification provision to incentivise the use of the compact density provisions. It also seeks a percentage of the lots to be smaller than standard residential allotments and enables as a permitted activity the development of a second dwelling on sites greater than 600 square metres. The plan change includes a policy framework that seeks to achieve a high standard of amenity and make the most efficient use of the land, including the open space network along the waterways. The site is split, as you can see from the map on the screen, into land that is already zoned residential and land that is proposed to be deferred residential for servicing, including reticulated wastewater, stormwater and water supply, and transport upgrades as informed by an integrated transport assessment. The plan change includes existing and new indicative reserves, walkways and roads, including, do you want to flick to the other map, Marissa? No, the first one. Yeah, that's it. Walkways and roads, including a connection to adjoining land identified for urban expansion in the future development strategy. It also includes a fire-sensitive overlay. The plan change includes a policy framework that manages subdivision development to avoid significant flood hazard risks on and beyond the site, manage the dam break hazard risk and potential adverse traffic and safety effects on the transport network, including the State Highway and Pitfield Road. I will take the Section 42A report and the addendum of minor edits as read, but we'll just touch on a few key points raised by the submissions and evidence, which includes the density standards, the flooding, indicative reserves, and the traffic effects. And I'll call on some of our expert witnesses to provide some specialist input. Density standards. As mentioned by Mr. Lyle in his evidence for Wakefield Village Development Limited, considerable time has been taken to come to an agreement over amendments to the density standards and to ensure that the objectives of the plan change are achieved. It is considered the policy framework proposed under the Section 42A report will meet the objectives of the plan change and ensure that a variety of housing options are developed on the land, including densities and types that achieve a high standard of amenity. The inclusion of a second dwelling as a permitted activity is considered to provide opportunities for intergenerational living, which anecdotal evidence suggests there's demand for in Wakefield. The mandatory requirement for 15% of lots to have an average site area of 360 square metres or less, with a minimum of 200 square metres and a maximum of 450 square metres, is considered appropriate to meet the objectives of the plan change, along with the inclusion of the compact density provisions. It should be noted that the Homes for Wakefield submission talks about building sizes. The plan change does not prescribe building sizes, but provides for lot sizes, which is consistent with the framework used in the Tasman Resource Management Plan. With reference to evidence and changes requested by Mr. Lyle on behalf of the Wakefield Village Development Limited, I do not support changes to policy 6.2.3.2b, point 20 of Mr. Lyle's evidence. To reword the policy to remove the word requiring was the request. It is important that the strength of this policy is retained to reflect the objectives of the plan change. And it was my understanding that Wakefield Village Development Limited and council staff had come to an agreement on this provision. With reference to Mr. Lyle's paragraph 24 and 25, which relates to 6.2.20.1 method of implementation, BB, I consider it very important to retain the wording to implement the urban design guide. The wording maintains consistency with wording throughout the Tasman Resource Management Plan. It is important that the design guide is implemented to achieve a high standard of residential amenity, particularly where lot densities are higher. There's been a long history of voluntary design guides that have proven to be ineffective as they are just ignored. Because the design and density aspects are so central to this Wakefield development area, I consider it important that consideration of the design guide remains mandatory. I agree with minor changes suggested under 32 to include a comma in 6.17.30 and 38, the slight rewording of 16.3.3. The intent of these provisions are maintained with these changes. Mr. Lyle also makes note of the zone map, map 76.2, just the zone map, Narissa, not accurately reflecting the consented subdivision area. The map was amended to reflect Wakefield Village Development Limited's requested changes, and I'm open to further discussion on this. With regards to flood risk, submitter Jean Gorman opposed in part the plan change on the basis of flood hazard risk, particularly from Grossie Creek and Jenkins Creek, and she is scheduled to speak to her submission. Additional flood modelling was undertaken to better understand the flood risk, particularly the area between Edward Street and Jenkins Creek and Grossie Stream. The modelling has enabled the flood risk within the Wakefield development area to be better represented and has resulted in the Section 42A report recommending strengthened policies around the management of flood risk. I'm now going to pass to Wouter, who has been engaged by council as a water resource consultant. Wouter will explain the modelling and talk to the details of the results.
Excuse me, Chair. Could we have a written copy of what Anna has just read from? Make it easier for us to respond. Please, if you have.
Thank you, Anna. Are you okay for me to continue? Thank you. Yeah, I'll take my evidence that I provided as read. I'm happy to answer any questions throughout the hearing. Just wanted to provide some further clarification to the additional flood modelling that Morgan and Taylor was engaged to do by council to support this plan change. The flood map on the screen shows the results from a previous model that was developed in 2019-2020 and has had a recent update in March of this year. The purpose of this model is to identify local stormwater issues in Brightwater and Wakefield. It was not specifically developed to assess flood risks within the Wakefield development area, but it can be used for this purpose with some amendments. Key thing to be aware of is that the model boundary of the previous model that you see on the screen runs through the southern tip of the Wakefield development area, and basically through that yellow triangle that you see on the screen, and it excludes some of this area, and results were therefore not considered representative, especially for that area between Edward Street, Gossey Street, and Jenkins Creek. So council engaged Tonkin and Taylor to make modifications to the model and include this area. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So the recently updated model includes now the upper catchment of the Pitfewer stream, Jenkins Creek, so that the flood risk in the Wakefield development area is better represented, and in particular this area in the yellow triangle. The key difference between this most recent model update and previous models is that a lower infiltration rate has been assumed, which has resulted in higher flows and flood depths. The lower infiltration rate was agreed with council to be applied to the entire model domain during a previous model iteration in March of this year. And for consistency, the same assumptions were applied to the upper catchments that were now included in this most recent model version. It is important to note that although the flows and flood depths have increased, the flood extent is still very similar. So notice that you can flip back and forth between the previous slide and this slide a couple of times. Maybe you can see that although the color changes from lighter to darker blue, meaning the flood depths increase, the extent has had only some minor changes. The reason for this minor difference in flood extent is that the floodplain within the Wakefield development area is defined by the natural topography of the higher terraces. The floodwaters have simply nowhere else to go because of the higher terraces on both sides. And regardless of the difference between model versions, based on topography alone, it could be assumed that the lower terraces will inundate in a 1% AEP flood event. AEP stands for annual exceedance probability, also known as a 1 in 100 year flood event. The model results confirm and provide further detail to what can be assumed from the natural topography. And then next slide, please. So what does that flood risk mean for a future residential development in this area? In terms of stormwater and flood management, there are 3 key points to consider, in my opinion, and all 3 are informed by the Nelson Tasman Land Development Manual, and these would need to be satisfied, I anticipate, during a resource consent stage. The Nelson Tasman Land Development Manual provides performance outcomes and standards that are set out as mandatory matters or best practice. I only refer to the mandatory matters in this presentation. So first of all, the effects of an increase in flow resulting from new impervious area would need to be mitigated by providing detention so that post-development peak flows do not exceed pre-development peak flows. There are also requirements for infiltration of stormwater and minimizing the risk of stream bank erosion. I would like to point out that Tonkin and Taylor was not engaged in the past to assess stormwater management for this development, contrary to a statement in evidence provided by David Carlson McCall. I am aware of discussions in the past about providing no detention for the development to avoid the risk of peaks from the upper catchment coinciding with peaks from the development. However, I'm not aware of any conclusive assessment that confirms this concept in the local context. And the default detention requirements of the LDM should be followed unless a different approach is proven to be more effective. So then a second effect on downstream flood risks that may be caused by developing on the lower terraces should be considered. If the areas on the lower terraces are proposed to be developed as part of this development, then fill would be required to raise ground levels to a level high enough above the flood levels, which in turn will displace flood waters and potentially create downstream effects. Some recent flood events in other parts of New Zealand, such as Hawke's Bay and Auckland, have reinforced the risk of developing in floodplains, and in my opinion, a cautionary approach to development on the lower terraces and in the floodplain is therefore appropriate. However, some development might be possible if the flood risk and downstream effect are managed carefully. This would include setting ground and floor levels above the flood levels in accordance with legislation, in combination with a flood corridor that provides sufficient capacity for a future 1% AEP event, including taking into account the effects of climate change. It should be considered that a flood corridor is narrower than the natural floodplain, and that is likely to result in flows sent downstream quicker, which may result in an increased downstream flood risk. So again, such effects would have to be mitigated as part of a future development and shown as part of a resource consent application. So the third and last point I want to raise is the need to provide sufficient space for natural watercourses, not just to provide sufficient flood capacity, but also for other important functions such as ecological values, recreation, and maintenance access. It should be noted that the proposed esplanade reserves are indicative and may need to be wider in places to provide for a combination of functions, including flood capacity. Should be anticipated that concept designs, earthwork plans, detention strategies, sizing, landscaping of stream corridors, and flood risk assessments for future developments in the area are provided at resource consent stage to show how these meet the requirements of the Nelson Tasman Land Development Manual and all other relevant legislation. Thank you.
I think that we might ask Roger some questions now from the panel in relation to this. And I'll just see if my fellow councillors here have got some questions to start with.
Yeah, I wonder if Mr. Chairman, if we could ask Walter, just around detention options in the land development manual. I was involved in developing that, but it's a few days ago now. So can you just remind us what some of those detention options may be?
Detention options are generally basins that hold the water and slow it down because the increase in flows is caused by quicker runoff from impervious areas. So that quicker runoff is then detained in a basin with a dam or a bund, and then slowly released so that it doesn't increase the peak flow in the river.
Thank you. And then just in relation to the ground levels, with or without detention, there'd obviously have to be some elevation above the current natural level now, I'd thought. Have you any idea in layman's terms how much that would be? Like, are we looking at 300, 600 millimeters, 900?
Oh, there are very clear rules in the Land Development Manual and the Building Code for freeboard. So from the top of my head, it's 500 millimeters above the flood level for ground levels, and there's another requirement in the Building Code that sets a floor level above that again. I think Dave McCall actually sets it out very clearly in his evidence what the freeboard requirements are, and I agree with those. Yeah.
And you're in agreement with that evidence?
I'm in agreement with that evidence. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Walter, so if we have to build up in the floodplain area the ground levels to meet the requirements, do we then have, and as a result of doing that, you have downstream effects? Do we have models that actually show the impacts of those downstream effects if we build up the levels?
We have models that can show the effects, but we haven't modeled it yeah, we haven't modeled it yet. We haven't been asked to model that effect.
And I would assume, maybe Chair, that would happen as part of resource consents.
I would think we'd have to.
That's right. At the moment, and I know this map is on the screen, but this is an indicative concept master plan, and for information overlaid with the flood layer from Tonkin and Taylor's model. That's not to say that this is how it should happen. The flood corridor needs to be shaped and in such a way that in the end it doesn't create an effect downstream.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. I want to look at upstream. So we did a site visit on Sunday, and there is development upstream as well. Now, have you taken that into account?
No, but it's probably worth mentioning that generally in a model, and that's the case in this model as well, that culverts and bridges are not included, so they are assumed completely blocked. So the flooding that you see crossing Edward Street upstream of the development is only because the model assumes that those crossings are blocked and it doesn't go under the bridge, basically it goes over the road. So in reality, that might not be the case. It could be the case, to be fair, depending on how much material there is in the upstream catchment to create a blockage. But that's just a standard default approach. But I'd say that especially that flooding there on Jenkins Creek is unlikely to occur in reality.
Well, from the site visit, Jenkins Creek is quite deep.
Yep.
And has considerable volume on it. Gossie Stream is quite shallow.
Mm-hmm.
And as you walk down the cycle path, and I bike that cycle path pretty regularly as well, it is quite shallow in places, and the land to the east is reasonably low.
Mm-hmm.
So that shows flooding in that area. And I note the section on Edward Street where there is a house.
Yeah.
And if I look to the map, so indicate, I think it's this section in particular that's got a house on it.
Yeah.
And that's about 2 meters above above the ground level of the other area. Would that be correct? So that land there, the inundation would actually come from Gossie Stream, as I interpret it.
Gossie Stream is there's 3 streams coming from the upstream catchment, Gossie, Jenkin, and the Pitfew itself, and all 3 contribute to the flooding in that area.
Yeah. I also noted a stormwater drain coming down Edward Street and a culvert, and it comes in at an angle and crosses the cycle path, and there's a smaller culvert through the cycle path. Yep. And that feeds into Gossie Stream as well.
Yep.
So have you taken that into account?
That's taken into account, yeah.
Right. Okay. And then I just wanted to ask you about downstream effects beyond this development, because I'm sure that's what the community will be concerned about. So the retention that you've talked about, will that be able to minimise or keep it? I understand it has to be kept the same as it is now.
Correct. That's the intention of the flood mitigation that is required in accordance with the LDM. How that's exactly being implemented is will need to be part of a resource consent application, and there are different ways of dealing with that, but that would need to show that there's no increase in flow at the downstream boundary, basically.
And we've got some examples in the district of where that's been done, and we don't have to look far. We look to Berryfields, where we've got a stormwater corridor through there, and I think that Berryfields comes from a long way, because it comes from up the Richmond Hills through and I think it's Brook Creek, and it gets to 70 metres wide.
Correct. Gore Creek is different in that the stormwater corridor is created all the way down to the coast. So here it would, I assume it would be a stormwater corridor created through the development, and then from the boundary further down, it would become the floodplain as it is currently, and the corridor wouldn't continue to be improved the way it would be in the development area.
The deputy mayor will know this better than me, but it feeds into the Waiti further down, does it not? A long way down.
Yeah, a long way.
He lives in that area, I don't. Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, just on the same topic. So I'm assuming then, Walter, that if in actual fact you can put no more water down than there was before because you're building these impervious surfaces, I'm assuming that engineering, that it's always possible to provide for the detention that's required. Am I correct in that assumption?
It is. It is possible from an engineering point of view, but it takes space, and it's still questionable whether the best solution is to take that approach. Sometimes could be better to take a precautionary approach and avoid development within a floodplain altogether.
I wonder if I could have a further question.
Deputy Mayor Brian.
I just wonder if we could go back to the yellow triangle there where the further development's going to take place. So those 2 or 3 creeks other than the 2, Gossie and Jenkins, do you see them as being creeks or just swales? What's your sort of interpretation?
Sorry, which ones?
This is on the eastern side.
Gossie stream itself.
Yes.
Yeah, that's considered a stream with a catchment feeding water.
What about Jenkins? And just in relation, and I'm not sure if I'm asking the right person here in regards to the Esplanade Reserve, should that be coming right back up into here or not?
The Esplanade Reserve?
Yeah.
Well, so I don't look at it from a reserve point of view. I just look at it from a stormwater point of view, and there will be a stormwater corridor required to cater for the flow coming out of Gossie stream. How wide that corridor needs to be depends on the flow. In a future 1% event, that Gossie stream passes through the development. Including all the other requirements that the LEM sets around ecological functions and plantings and those aspects. So it can't be a concrete aligned rectangular channel, because that can be a lot narrower than a more naturalized stream.
I guess what I'm asking you around about, what sort of width are you looking for? Do we need to have there in those events?
I can't answer that question because we haven't modeled it. Sorry.
Ros has indicated she'd have it.
I can speak to that.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
I can. I mean, there's about sort of 7 cubics coming out of Gossie Creek, so you can size a channel to pass that type of flow. But like I said, there's considerations around plantings and the roughness of the stream bed basically that need to be considered.
Councillor McKenzie.
Walter, I can't remember if it was the 4th or 5th of January this year, one of those dates, I think. There was kind of like this amazing downfall that occurred, particularly up in Totra View, and basically all the water kind of went down this side of Totra View right across. In terms of the modelling that you've done, are you aware of the significance of that event? I think like over a very short period, it was maybe in excess of 150 more maybe. So are you aware of that event, and do your models reflect the intensity of that event?
I'm aware of the event, but I'm not aware of the return period or how severe that event was in comparison to a 1% AEP event that we have modeled. I don't know if Glenn knows anything about that particular event and how big it was, but no. I don't recall there being a 1 in 100 year event in January, to be honest. So.
Okay, so I've got no more questions of WOW at this stage. Was Ros going to comment on the what?
I'll just make a few more comments. I'll start and then pass across to Ros. With regards to the indicative reserves, the second section 42A report includes revised indicative reserve mapping and rules in response to submissions and further flood risk information. Mr. Lyle, in his paragraph 44, indicates that 51.5 hectares of indicative reserve was originally notified, and 64.7 hectares of indicative reserves is now recommended in the section 42A report. He states this to be an increase of 22.9 hectares in the amount of indicative reserve sought by council. These calculations are inaccurate and should be 5.15 and 6.47 hectares, respectively. The difference in reserve area from what was notified to what is now recommended has been calculated from the plans as 1.46 hectares, rather than the 22.9 hectares stated in Mr. Lyle's evidence. Amendments are recommended to the indicative reserve network, including a new indicative reserve along Grossie Stream. These amendments are recommended as they align more closely with the topography of the site, recognise the flood risk, and provide for sufficient space for maintenance and public access. The mapping is indicative, and exact details are to be refined through the resource consent process. Concept development plans are not considered as part of the plan change process. Concept development plans are assessed against the Tasman Resource, or development plans are assessed against the Tasman Resource Management Plan policy framework under the resource consent process. Ros is Council's reserve consultant, will now speak to the recommended indicative reserve network in more detail and the evidence produced by Mr. Lyle and Mr. Jones on the width of Grossie Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You can use your microphone, and Wouter can turn his off, because you have too many turned on, it doesn't work.
So I think it would be helpful if I have this map up just to talk to. This is the landowner's submission, the map attached to their submission, which shows the extent of the indicative reserve as notified and their requested amendments and submission. So I think it could be helpful for you if I summarise the rationale for our recommendation with respect to the changes to the indicative reserves and the plan change. So firstly, with respect to, the section of land, the section of indicative reserve from Higgins Road to the northern boundary. So that's, if you like, the bulk of the corridor. So the notified plan change included a 20-metre indicative reserve from the top of the bank of the stream on both sides, which is consistent with the Act and the provisions in the TRMP. For Esplanade provision, 20 metres is the starting point. The plan states that we shall take 20 metres Esplanade reserve or strip unless there's good reason not to. So the landowner submission requested that the width of the Esplanade reserve, or the indicative reserve, be reduced on the true left bank, as shown on that map. And the rationale for that, I understand, is that that would provide for the efficient use of residentially zoned land, which we accepted that on the face of it makes sense. And so we amended the indicative reserve notation to reduce the width of the indicative reserve on the true left bank. However, we have recommended that a minimum of 6 metres is retained from the top of the bank on the true left bank to provide for maintenance, vehicle access, amenity planting and public access along that bank. You know, in some sections there's a bit of a scarp, a bit of erosion, so we need to be able to access that side of the river with maintenance vehicles in the long term, but also to provide for public access along the top of the bank. We accept that when the developer comes to subdivide, it may look quite different, this left bank. That's why we've got an indicative reserve. You know, in the fullness of time, when the application comes in and we have a better understanding as to the proposed degree of land recontouring, then we'll have a better, you know, ability to see exactly where that reserve will be vesting. So in lieu of reduction on from the 20 metres on the true left bank, we've recommended that an equivalent area of land that's lost on the true left bank be included on the true right bank to reflect that, you know, the presumption that there will be 20 metres on either side. But we've recommended that no credit against the reserve financial contribution be provided for the vesting of that top up. Otherwise, the community is effectively paying twice because we're losing land that we're entitled to take on the true right bank, and we would be giving a credit for any top up, if you like, for the land loss on the true right bank. So that was the rationale for that recommendation. We also accepted and noted that it makes sense to have additional land on that true right bank of the river. That's within the flood channel. That assists in providing for the purposes in section 229 for Esplanade reserves, which are recreational use of the land, public access, and protection of conservation values. And that conservation value purpose includes hazard mitigation. So it's an important and integral part of the purpose of Esplanade reserves. And they need to be planted and managed in a way which will enable that function and that purpose to be maintained. So we need to think carefully about how we plant the Esplanade Reserve up, you know, in the future to ensure that that hazard mitigation function is maintained. So that was the rationale for that section of the watercourse. Sorry, before I move on, we also accepted the applicant's submission. So initially we had an indicative recreation reserve, as shown in the brown there, to service that eastern area on the true right bank of Pitpure. The applicant suggested an alternative location and an orientation, and we've accepted that and included that in the proposed amended plans. Yeah, it obviously works with their development and it fits in terms of adjoining an existing Esplanade Reserve, so you'll have a really nice wide open space there for that community. With respect to Gossie Stream, and I understand this has caused some angst, and I would say I can understand why our recommendation has caused some angst. So obviously in the notified plan change, there was no indicative reserve adjoining Gossie Stream. However, you know, it's been a few years since the plan change was notified. We have a submission that highlighted for us I guess the nature of the flooding that does occur through Gossie Stream. We've also had updated modelling from Tonkin and Taylor since the notified plan change. So as a team, we've obviously considered the submission, the updated modelling. And in my evidence, I stated that we expect that the Esplanade provisions of the Act and the plan will apply to Gossie Stream. We couldn't confirm that. We can't confirm that until such time as the subdivision. We have a comprehensive subdivision. We have all the information we need to be able to make that determination. So the reason for stating that was partly because we've had a recent assessment of Gossie Stream in terms of its width and its annual fullest flow upstream. So in this location here, as part of a recent variation to the Ben Nevis subdivision, and it was assessed as being greater than 3 metres at its annual fullest flow, and the developers accepted that. That subdivision, that stage of that subdivision is yet to be given effect to, though. I also acknowledge what Robert Jones was saying, that existing reserve adjoining Gossie Drive was acquired some time ago, and it is a utility reserve, so a local purpose utility reserve. I know I won't get into a debate about whether or not Esplanade's applied there. It's a bit of a moot point. So when we were considering the indicative reserve notation, reserve staff initially recommended that we have 10-metre indicative reserve adjoining Gossie Stream, 10 metres on either side of the bank. However, stormwater staff advised that they considered a more conservative approach would be appropriate, and that given the lack of information that we had at the time, and so we recommended that the default 20-metre be defined as an indicative reserve. With respect to Mr. Jones's evidence, I don't think there's much to be gained from a debate about the case law. The particular case he refers to related to the definition of a bank of a large braided river at its fullest flow. It didn't really focus on how esplanade provision on the top of the bank should be determined. However, I absolutely accept that a licensed cadastral surveyor is the only person who can define the boundaries of rivers and esplanades for the purposes of land transfer approval under section 223. There's no debate there. But I do think that it is appropriate that whenever that assessment is made, council has the opportunity to critically assess that, and we can do that at the time a subdivision application is made, and we have all the information that we need at the time. So regardless of whether or not Gossie Stream is an local purpose esplanade reserve or if it's local purpose utility reserve, it's a bit of a moot argument in my mind. I understand that Gossie Stream can't be piped, so it needs to be retained as a natural channel. Stormwater in that area will have to be managed, and it can be achieved either by an esplanade reserve or utility reserve. It's almost a question of semantics at the end of the day. It's going to need to be a watercourse. It's going to need to be a reserve. It's going to need to provide for the Q100 flow, riparian planting, maintenance vehicle access. So the outcome is effectively the same in terms of esplanade reserve or drainage reserve. So the recent modelling that Tonkin and Taylor has undertaken has confirmed a rough estimate of the Q100 flow of about 7.5 QMX. I would defer to the engineers, but in my experience, I would imagine that that flow should be able to be accommodated within reserve with 10 metres from the top of the bank on either side, should easily be able to be accommodated within that area. So yeah, that's something you may want to consider in terms of reducing that indicative reserve if it's generated so much concern from 20 to 10 metres from either side. Again, it's indicative, and the width will be determined at the time the subdivision is made. So with respect to Jenkins Creek, essentially the same process is followed. Initially, we considered that a 10 metres from the true left bank of Jenkins Creek and the pit view to the south of Higgins Road would be sufficient. But again, the stormwater advice was we should be looking at conservative. It is only indicative reserve. We should be taking a conservative approach as a starting point. And, you know, in the fullness of time, when we have the information, we'll be able to determine an adequate width. You know, generally council, we're not seeking to acquire land for the sake of it. Obviously, it's cost a lot of money to maintain. So we're trying to achieve everything that we need to achieve within the, you know, amenity, planting, access, flood protection, within, you know, the sufficient area of land. We're not seeking to acquire additional land for the sake of it. And I do want to stress, if I haven't stressed it enough, that these are indicative reserves, and the width will be determined when we've got sufficient information at the time subdivision occurs. There's one other point I wanted to talk to, which has obviously caused me a bit of consternation, and that's the reserve around the oak tree. So the plan change is notified, included an indicative reserve, that round notation there. So that was a rough estimate of what the location of the tree. We wanted to highlight that this is quite a nice significant tree. We considered that it would add to the amenity of the subdivision and use enjoyment of future residents. The landowner submission requested an alternative alignment, so a slightly larger reserve. So we accepted that submission, and what we tried to do was to achieve a more accurate indicative reserve around the drip line of the tree and provide 20 metres from the drip line of the tree. The rationale for that was that these trees could grow to 600 years. So we wanted to make sure there was sufficient room around that to enable that tree to maintain its health for the, for the longest period possible. Yeah, so the rationale was 10 metres from the drip line to, the purpose of acquiring this reserve is to preserve that tree, to provide that amenity. So that was the rationale for that realigned indicative reserve. And I can understand that that's raised a bit of consternation with the applicant in terms of how it fits with their future subdivision. Yeah, so I don't have much to add. Obviously, the value of that land would be credited against reserve financial contributions. So, yeah, it was a similar size to what the applicant had requested, and it will be credited against reserve financial contributions. And the advice I have, and I will defer to the reserve staff with more experience in that, was that their preliminary thoughts were that 10 metres from the drip line would be appropriate to protect it in the long term and minimise cross-boundary effects for that tree.
I'll just see, that's your evidence. We'll just see if there's any questions.
Excuse me, Chair, before any questions, could we have copies of your notes, please?
Certainly,
Thank you.
if you can read
Well,
them.
we need those to respond.
Yeah, so
Yeah, absolutely, I can photocopy those, sure.
So, Councillor McKenzie. Right. Mine is just about the case law. So I've read both cases that Mr. Jones quoted, and it seemed clear to me, and you've acknowledged it, that it's got to be a registered surveyor.
Absolutely.
Which hasn't been done at this stage, has it, by council?
Not by council, no.
From the
And to be fair, ordinarily, that work is undertaken by the applicant. And if it's, in cases like this where it's to be fair, it's a pretty tricky call, as to whether or not it does or doesn't apply. Ordinarily, we accept what's presented to us unless there's a really good reason for us to review that or to ask, how it was achieved.
I note that there was 2 areas that weren't measured, and I did note on the site visit that it's a very shallow stream in places, and it's hard to define the bank where it's really, really shallow because it comes right up, and it just looks like water would just spread out. Having walked it, and then at Edward Street is reasonably deep, and there's 2 big culverts, and it's, I think, from the measurements about 6 metres wide there.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay, so you accept the case law and the rules, as I understand the case law is quite clear.
I wouldn't have said I'm qualified to comment on the case law, to be fair. I'm saying I have had a look at it, and the focus related to the different definition of a bed. It related to the definition of the purpose. The top of the bank for a large braided river in Canterbury. The focus wasn't on the.
Yeah, but the other case law was the one from Whitby Coastal.
Yeah, I know that one.
The Porora City Council one as well, which is a smaller stream, similar to this.
Correct.
And it still went annual flow, maximum annual flow, bank, top of the bank.
For Esplanade provision, it's annual fullest flow. And there's this debate about whether or not you use the, a hydrological information to determine the annual fullest flow, which has a return period of 2.3, or if you don't. And I think in this case, at the end of the day, it's a bit of a moot point because it'll either be a local purpose reserve, Esplanade reserve, or utility reserve.
And your evidence is that
compensation.
The width of what was required will be determined at resource consent time.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Nothing from you. Okay. Anna, you want to carry on?
Okay, I'll just finish off by making a few comments regarding the transport issues. So several submitters expressed safety and congestion concerns associated with traffic generation from the proposed Wakefield development area. The inclusion of a requirement for an integrated transport assessment at the resource consent stage and deferment of the residential zoning until transport upgrades have been completed or agreed as informed by the integrated transport assessment is considered an appropriate inclusion for the plan change. Identification, assessment and preliminary design of any transport solution has not been done as part of this plan change. The design of transport solutions, including detail on staging requirements, is expected to be undertaken as part of the integrated transport assessment. So at the resource consent stage. It should, however, be noted that a roundabout at Martins Avenue, as mentioned in Mr. Clark's evidence point 6.4, may be problematic due to the status of that reserve. Councillor's Senior Transport Planner Bill Rice is present and to answer any questions around the transport aspects. At this stage, I've no further comments to make, and where council staff and I are available. Did you have any further questions?
Councillor Mackenzie?
Thank you. So, Bill, just a couple of questions, if I may. I mean, I completely get that, you know, the further work on traffic would have to be done as part of the resource consent. So as context for that work, would it also take into account a point that was raised by Richard Martin about the indicative road that comes down from Gossie Drive south and north that potentially would join up and would eventually take all that traffic coming down from Tote Review? So instead of coming down around 88 Valley, all that traffic basically will probably come down there. So will that context be taken into account in terms of the effects of increased traffic?
If given that that is an indicative road and it is currently zoned, it would need to be part of the existing environment. So it would need to be taken into account in that process.
Cool. All right. I didn't read about that in any of the information other than the point that had been raised. So as long as that context is understood. This is a very minor question, but I'm sure you'll be able to tell me. Those emergency bollards, so, you know, the suggestion is that they will go on that access out onto Higgins Road. How do they work in practice?
So the emergency services would have a key to them. So there's similar ones on State Highway 6 coming out from the back of the that recently developed area in there. So the emergency service would have a key and unlock them and fold them down.
Okay, so you say they would have. Do you mean they have?
I'm assuming they have a key for the existing.
Okay. It might be quite good to know that exact point. Either they do or they don't. But and then I guess also in terms of context along, you know, Pitfield Road. So I mean, you know, we council had identified that as somewhere in the council's walking and cycling strategy as in the future looking to provide you know, greater safety for walking and cycling. I know that it's not in our current LTP to make any further changes there for the time being, but that context would need to be clear as well in terms of future traffic assessments.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that it is identified as a key walking and cycling route needs to be considered as part of that exercise.
Yep, I'll just note that the two traffic engineers, Mr. Clark and yourself, are pretty much in agreement. So, which isn't always the case when you get different traffic engineers on occasions. Councillor Mackenzie.
Well, maybe since they're in agreement, I will just ask, because I mean, I'm very familiar with the intersection, but do you not think that power pole is a bit of a hindrance when you come out from Pitfield onto State Highway 6 in terms of your line of sight looking to the left.
Bill, you should go first.
I think that that is something that would need to be addressed as part of the exercise. It will add to the cost of dealing with it, but it will need to be considered in the detailed design of whatever happens at that intersection.
Yeah, I specifically came out of that intersection to look at that, and I didn't think it was a hindrance if you turned it, got 90 degrees to the side before you turn either way and look either way. But a lot of people don't do that. That's for sure. Their timetable was a bit ambitious. Homes for Wakefield, so that's you too.
Yep.
So I'm not sure who's going first.
I'll do the first part and then Richard does the second. My name is Sonja Lamers. On behalf of Homes for Wakefield, the subcommittee of the Wakefield Community Council, Richard Martin and Sylvia Huxtable and myself, we like to thank staff of TDC and Pitfield Road developers for the enormous amount of work that has gone into the plan change proposal. We support the plan change. We're puzzled that you're doing a subdivision consent and a plan change in tandem rather than doing these separately. On communication, we have really appreciated the improved communication from council over the last few months, but maintain our position that as stakeholders, we were not directly contacted by staff last year and left to discover plan change 76 on the agenda purely by chance a few days before a strategy and policy meeting of TDC in August 23. Housing. Whilst we agree with the minimum of 15% smaller sections, we would like an assurance that the consent does not confine it to only 15%, and the developer is permitted to increase the number of smaller sections if market forces dictate. I've taken a piece out of Jackie Dean's Appendix 2, in Appendix 3, it's Appendix 2, with her key conclusions, which we're really, which says it all for us, that over the next 30 years, there's an estimated demand for almost 280 attached dwellings in Wakefield. That based on known realistic capacity, there would only be approximately 100 such dwellings. That apart from the Wakefield development site, there are few opportunities in Wakefield to deliver medium density housing. And this is a similar thing in the Tasman urban environment. Whether the survey shows that Wakefield will have a younger demographic or an older demographic in the future, fact is that people prefer a variety of section sizes, including smaller properties or properties that allow multi-generational living. While the S42A final report talks fluently about medium density houses, there are only 38 sections that will fill this category in the Pitfield Road development. Young people are returning to our community, and we want to encourage that and provide suitable housing opportunities. For local people on lower incomes, there needs to be housing opportunity that is affordable. We know that most of the bigger than 600 square meter sections provide for a second dwelling, but we would like more opportunity for smaller section sizes for the older age group and the younger generation. This is my part, and do you like to do questions now?
We're not doing the consenting. All this is a plan change.
Yes, I know.
So your evidence is wrong in that. It was never a resource consent. It's just a plan change.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Which is
Any
plan
question?
change is about changing the zoning. It's quite
Yes.
different.
Yeah.
So therefore, could I ask why is there a scheme?
Oh, put it on.
Could I ask them? So why is there a scheme plan related to the plan change?
It's only indicative, Richard. So if you want to give your evidence, Richard, then we'll ask you questions. This is not a resource consent hearing. This is purely a plan change.
Okay, so therefore, if I want to talk about infrastructure, then I'm really at the wrong meeting.
Infrastructure is going to be part of this going forward, and the recommendation is for this to be deferred until the infrastructure is in place. That's what the reports say. And I'm aware that infrastructure is programmed in the long-term plan because we sit at more than one thing, and wastewater is in year 1 and 2. And Wakefield was supplied with drinking water this last year from Brightwater because of the Waimea Dam. So it is deferred. You know, it may be deferred, but we have to have the services in place. And the wastewater upgrade is, as I said, I know it's programmed now in the first 2 years of the long-term plan. So, but you can still.
Well, with
You need to turn your microphone on.
with respect, why did the stormwater and everything else refer to the plan when you say we're not discussing the plan,
It's indicative.
the scheme plan?
It's just
Okay.
indicative.
So therefore I can speak to the indicative plan.
You can,
Okay,
Mr. Matt.
thank you very much. So whilst we support the plan, we have major concerns around the conditions, particularly around roading, which has been already reiterated now that there has been no road transport assessment done anyway. And for the benefit of those, I'm a resident in that area and I have land holdings further up Church Valley and also in that Gossie area. So affected there. So obviously we have major concerns around the bollard restriction, which has already been talked about before there. We're concerned about the imposition of the bollards onto the paper road, Higgins Road, and I stress that as a paper road. So someone in their wisdom at some stage created that as a paper road. It doesn't quite link up with the form road between the bollards and what is currently formed. Hence, based on the plan that has been presented, will force all of traffic down Pitfair Road. So the traffic issues created by housing development must be addressed. If they are ignored because they are too expensive, too problematic to solve, they have the potential to create serious bottlenecks and all sorts of problems in the future. At a time where we're trying to encourage active lifestyles in our community is important, we don't neglect road safety. We believe it is important to consider the neighbourhood as well as the housing development. Ongoing housing development in Gossie Drive, which is already, I think Councillor McKenzie has already think, when fully developed, which will take in the majority of Tote Review, will put more pressure on Pitfair Road. Truck routes. Church Valley is the only option for forest removal, and also there's a quarry up there. And just for the point of someone who talks about the power pole, and I have photographic evidence, for a truck and trailer to get out Pitfair Road, you take up the entire road. So, and also I'd like to point out for the benefit of those that Wakefield School is now a intermediate, which takes in another 2 years. And it would be sensible to assume that you would not want the heavy traffic going down past the school and down through the main street, which will force all heavy traffic continue to use Pitfair Road, which will now be considerably more congested. There is also talk of a new kindergarten, which going there will only add to the problem. And because of the school, all of the heavy, was directed around there. So the problems down on the Pitfair Road intersection, now there's an easy fix, is to do remedial work at that intersection. However, if you look at the proximity of Martin Avenue intersection, which I point out is the only way for all that western development of Wakefield to get onto the main road, apart from the bollards, another set of bollards in an emergency, adds to more congestions. So their regulations, which they are strong within transit and with TDC, you cannot bring those two together because of the separation that needs to be between those two intersections. So if you were looking for if you were looking to make it a little bit for a solution, you could possibly have a road from Edward Street down to the extension of Higgins Road. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to take the paper road because there is obviously the cycle trail goes down there, but there is considerable amount of land that could make that access probably there. And you would which would force turn into Bird Road. And then in speaking with the police, is a possible roundabout at the intersection of Bird Road and State Highway 6. If you also take the traffic from Wakefield west and connect into Bird Lane, which I understand there is moves afoot with developers to do that, then you would actually solve all those transport problems. And also, as the police would tell you, people generally don't die on roundabouts as relate other intersections. And also in one of the plan change meetings, and I think it was the strategic to 2033 or whenever it was, they'd also looked at a possibility of more development in the area behind to the east of those houses down to Bird Lane, which obviously all that traffic would be first onto the Higgins Road extension or Bird Lane on it anyway. So all I says is encourage you to think again about the bollards that would appear when going through the resource consent process on the Wakefield development. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Councillor Mackenzie, Deputy Mayor, any questions?
I think just for clarification, I think what Richard was talking about there at the end was the future development strategy.
Correct.
Which it has indicatively indicated some areas of residential to the north of this current site. But yeah, there would also be traffic issues around that, I would have thought.
And the future development strategy is a 30-year strategy.
Correct.
Councillor Mackenzie.
I guess, you know, in thinking about what you're saying there, you know, what's your experience of the integrity of that piece of road that curves around the church there? So, I mean, we've obviously got the quarrying trucks coming down, going round that corner. You know, the idea that you're suggesting is to basically get them off there and going down Higgins, well, you know, a road that doesn't exist at the moment, but down there. So in your experience of living in that area, the quality of the road around that church corner on Edward Street, how does that pan out?
It became slightly more narrow when they put the cycleway around there. It did become narrower. As an owner of a truck and trailer unit, you go around there at great caution. And you hope that any cyclists are actually up on the cycleway, which often they prefer to go on the road, which is a major issue. So it is very, very narrow.
It's
Just if I may, just Richard, just you talked about easy fix remedial work at the intersection currently. What did you have in mind there?
I have no idea. I mean, you would say if you were to say, oh, we just need to create more room because the truck and trailers take up the entire road. And I've had photos. I've been down here and waited for a truck and trailer and took a photo. So of that, and he blocked the entire road to see because you have to get at it at right angles, and you'll notice it. And I think you're visually having a look at it. So if you were to shift it to the south, and you could make it longer, but then now you're tied up with Martin Avenue. And as it is now, by the time, if you're in a heavy vehicle, by the time you get the whole thing moving along, they come very quickly out of Martin Avenue and they're on top of you already now.
Did right. Yeah.
okay. Thank you. I don't think there's any more questions. Mr. McFadden. So. Yeah. Yeah. We'd put down 45 minutes, but I'm sure it might take a little bit longer than that. Oh, yeah. If you want one. Just a couple.
Yeah.
We'll have 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, look, we'll get back underway. And we've had a brief discussion, and we're going to swap the order and let Jean Gorman go first, because I understand, Jean, you've had long COVID and you've been a bit crook. And we don't want you to sit here for too long if you don't have to. You just need to press the microphone in front of you and pull it towards you, pull it down. That's it. And if you press the button, it should light up. That's it.
Thank you. I'm coming today to show you some lived experience. Next, please. Slide. I've lived beside the Pitfield for over 25 years. And this is regular flooding. This happens all the time. And it was while I was studying hydrology at Massey that I took an interest in its flows, referred to as ephemeral, which leads one to think unimportant. But ephemeral rivers are prone to extreme variability and dynamic flows. Next. This short, intense event caused massive flooding in the Pitfield Valley downstream of Wakefield after a 1-hour rain event. And you can see the whole week there was not a great deal of groundwater. It wasn't a severe weather event like the 3 days of rain in Nelson. It was just a splash in the pan. Next. This was taken from Barton's Line. I was standing thigh deep in water. And that was from that rainfall on that date. Next. That was standing by State Highway 6, looking across to Higgins Road. That is Telenius Road, where there is a culvert. That is the amount of water which can come down the Pitfield. I'm concerned that room be left for the Pitfield. Insurance retreat is already happening and mortgages are not available where insurance is refused. And by 2030, insurance will be individual and based on risk. Next. Imagine that amount of water draining through this bottleneck. Now, the idea of Queen's Chain reserves and so forth was for public access, but I am concerned about flooding. And it is a narrow floodplain. And if you look at this Pitfield in the summer, dry, you think, oh gosh, it can't do much. But I had stood at the end of Ryland Avenue, and it's been a sheet of water all across the valley to the trees on the far side. Next. That's the Gossey Stream, and I've seen that filling that and going over Edwards Road. Next. That's Jenkins Creek, and as you say, it's 6 meters deep. Pitfield actually comes down out of the valley, and it's all hidden in the trees. You can't get to it without trespassing. Next. Those red arrows indicate the lines of the 3 streams contributing to the main Pitfield. It's a matter of how much water will flow and must be accommodated. Those 4 accommodate 11 square kilometres of farmland. Water from Fellbridge goes down Edward Street and under that bridge at the bottom. It doesn't go anywhere. There's no streamway on the other side to take it. It just spews out onto the land. Next. So the far bank of the Pitfield rises 4 or 5 meters, and it's to the left towards you in that picture that the floodplain accommodates the overflow when there's a lot of water. Next. And these trees too, the trees you saw in the previous slide, and those are not, I don't believe, in the reserve at the moment. They are over 400 years old. They're Kahikatea, they're a Matai. There are about 14 different native trees in that piece of bush. Next, I propose that a wider reserve, just click it please, would preserve the mature trees, allow room for the river, and the mature trees will increase the value of the subdivision. Next. With that bit as well, that actually is quite a flood risk down in that corner. Next. This is the latest map from Tonkin and Taylor, and that is, I have seen that amount of flooding. And I'd like to point out to the council, and present government has shifted the Select Committee on Climate Adaptation from the Environment to the Finance Committee. They are now looking at where the financial burden of climate change will be apportioned, councils or central government. What's your guess? Next. This is a normal flood of the Pitfield. Next. The anniversary weekend floods in Auckland cost 4 billion and Te Arawhiti and Gisborne cost 14.5 billion, and that's from a Treasury estimate. So we have to be very careful about leaving room for the river, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. I'll just see if there's any questions. I've got none at this stage.
From myself, Jean, I guess you would be aware that obviously, because you live down in Spring Grove, that the Pitfield does spread out much more there down there than it does up at the end where you now live. It's much less spread out than down at Barton's Lane and Talenia's Corner, like it can go right across the road and out into multiple paddocks. You don't get that scale of flooding right up at the Edward Street end, I'd suggest.
I don't see where any extra water would come from. Bridge Valley is not very large and not very long. Most of Bridge Valley drains the other way into Jenkins Creek. Where I lived within 8 meters of the Pitfield, it was dry sometime for months. When it flowed, it would flow 2 meters deep, 5 meters across, and going along at 1 meter per second. And that was when it stayed within banks. And several times, probably once a year, we would have the river underneath our house because we were up on piles. We had the canoes which we kept under the house, clunking around. You think, oh yeah, the river's up. And it would be knee deep, right across to the railway, which is 100 meters. So a lot of water comes down, and it comes down out of Gibb Valley and up from Church Valley.
Thank you.
Councillor McKenzie, any questions?
No, I just note, I guess, Walter, when I mentioned that rainfall event in January, I think that was represented in the chart that Jean put up to show the amount.
That was June 2014.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Okay, all right, sorry.
The date was on the scale.
Yeah, okay, apologies.
All right, well, I've got no questions more. Thank you very much for coming in, Jean,
Thank you.
and I hope you get better soon. Right, Mr. McFadden.
Thank you, Chair. I've handed up a written submission, and Mr. Lyle was just going to give you some transparencies. And if I can just explain those transparencies at this point, and I will do it again during my submissions. Mr. Lyle referred in his evidence to what has been reported back as 22 hectares. It's about 22,900 square metres, which works out at 2.29 hectares. And he'll correct that himself, but I will also do in submissions. The reason I've handed up the transparencies, and I'm not that technologically competent in doing it manually, it is, I think, easier than trying to do it on the screen. The first document that you've got is March A at the bottom. And it is the plan as notified, showing the reserves as notified. The second plan, Mark B1, is what was submitted by Wakefield Village Development Company. So if you lay B1 over A, you'll see what was proposed in change 76 planning map and what was submitted for by Wakefield Village. If you then take off B1 when you get round to it and overlay B2, it shows you what is proposed. You might have to juggle things around a bit to match up the lines, but it shows you what the council staff have suggested in their 42A report in terms of reserves. And if you take off B2 and overlay B3, we've marked on there an indicative development. And as you can see, the effect that what is proposed in the 42A report has on a potential development on the site. Are there any questions about that? Has that understood the purpose of those overlays?
My perception, it shows a reduction in sections, particularly in the land near Edward Street and the top corner, which is to the east of the cycleway.
Correct.
Right. That's my perception of it.
Correct.
Indicative reserve.
Yes, it's all indicative reserve now.
Still sections are there,
Or removed. If I can turn to my written submission, and if I could just say, there's one or two things I'm going to have to interpose, which have come out of the presentation you've had this morning, particularly by Ms. Squire and Ms. McKenzie. The submitter's now position on change 76 is a combination of a great deal of work by the submitter, Wakefield Village Developments Limited, and staff. When change 76 was first notified, and that was 18 months or so ago now, analysis by WVDL showed that despite the council's stated intention and its objective, and for that matter its policies and more particularly the rules, could never have achieved what the issues, objectives and explanations sought to provide, nor could the imperatives of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development be achieved. Considerable work was put into the change, resulting in a plan that generally will work, although there's some bits and pieces to be dealt with. And we thank the staff, Jeremy Butler and Anna McKenzie, for their preparedness to listen, consider and to change their initial position. However, there are still some matters which are outstanding and not accepted by the submitter, and it's fair to say that these changes to 76 that were sprung on the submitter were not raised or discussed in the meetings held, not sought by public submission, and which are significant because they will impact on particular yield in the zone should the zone proceed. Thus, there is consequent upon the Section 42 approach, the likelihood and feasibility of a significant part of future development simply not taking place. And that follows from the overlay that I gave to you, and particularly B3. It does seem odd that council has promulgated change 76 to achieve efficient land growth and development in Wakefield and different options for that development. And then changes are made post-notification, not sought by submission, which will have a major impact against what council set out to achieve in the first place. Furthermore, the amendments occurred without consultation, with a lack of understanding of their impact. There was no submission, including the Gorman submission, seeking to add a wider Esplanade Reserve area, other than specifically around the isolated totara, which is no longer existing, and the isolated oak as set out in the Gorman submission. And I've looked at the submissions. I've also looked at the summary of submissions which are required to be made available by the council. And so the comments I've made are directly in relation to the summary of submissions and the submissions themselves. Flooding has been raised, but there's no nexus between flooding and the widening of indicative esplanade reserves, although Ms Squire has attempted to do so today. In short, the Section 42A report recommends further and wider reserves not forming part of the notified plan change, including a 40-metre wide reserve minimum along Pitfewer and Gossy streams and Jenkins Creek within the Wakefield development area. No credit for reserve financial contributions for up to 40 metres. Local purpose esplanade reserved width on the right bank in lieu of reduction of width on the left bank. And you've now seen plans A, B1 to 3 attached to Mr Lyle's evidence, and the transparencies you have with you today. Gossy Stream is not 3 metres wide on Mr Jones's evidence, and section 230 of the Act is not therefore triggered. The change to the oak tree reserve dimensions, as dimensioned in the plan, cannot be justified. The oak tree is not a protected tree. The effect is shown, the effect of what's proposed with reserves is shown in the overlay plans before you. Now, I just want to interpose there. Anna McKenzie said in her address to you today, at page 4, indicative reserves. The Section 42A report includes revised indicative reserve mapping and rules in response to submissions and further flood risk information. There are no submissions that have sought that, including Mrs. Dorman's submission. Secondly, Ms Squire said that the width of the, in answer to a question from the chair, the width of the reserve of Gossy's Creek will be determined at resource consent stage. Well, if that's the case, why show it now in the plan? Thirdly, staff nowhere, and they've had an indicative development plan in their hands for months, nowhere have addressed the impact of these extended reserves that they now propose on the plan change itself or on the yield from that plan change. Fourthly, does council intend, as your staff are inviting you to do, to show all esplanade reserve sought area throughout the district on your planning maps? And I suspect you don't. And if you don't, why do you do so with Plan? Why are you invited to do so with Plan 76? How has this occurred? One can only assume that Ms Squire, who is your reserves expert, who was not involved in discussion with WVDL, but may have been involved with staff, has been engaged by council and now seeks to make a mark without having reference either to the facts, the law, the history, or the history. A reserve was offered by WVDL, and that's shown in the P2, but it was rejected. What is set out in updated map 76/1 and 76/3 have no basis for acceptance by the council. If council wishes to make amendments to a plan as notified, it cannot just do what it likes. There are very clear rules which have been developed by the courts. The Environment Court said in the Environmental Defence Society Incorporated and others against the Otaurahonga District Council, the publicly notified summary of submissions is an important document as it enables others who may be affected by the amendments sought in submissions to participate either by opposing or supporting those amendments. But such further submissions cannot introduce additional matters. The Council's decisions must be in relation to the provisions and matters raised in submissions. The Environment Court there referred to the decision on Countdown Properties, Northlands Limited, where the High Court confirmed that the paramount test is whether the amendments are ones raised by and within the ambit of what is reasonably and fairly raised in submissions on the plan change. The High Court in Foodstuffs Otago Properties approved the Planning Tribunal's categorisation that to amend a plan change into 5 groups. Firstly, those sought in written submissions. Secondly, those that correspond to grounds stated in submissions. Thirdly, those that address cases presented at the hearing. Now, that's the case as set out in the submission. Amendments to wording not altering either meaning or fact, and other amendments. Only those in groups 1 to 4 are permissible. If you accept the section 42A report position, then you would do something without justification. The extra width and area proposed for Esplanade Reserve reduces the land area for residential development by 22,900 square metres. And we calculate it as 2.29 hectares, not 1.46 hectares. And that's shown in Plan B2 or Plan A of Mr. Lyle. And the summation of B3, removing the potentiality of 50 to 60 lots. There was no submission to support this. And there's no assessment of the effect of their proposal by staff. Map 76.1 shows a substantial loss of land for development caused by changes to Gossie and the Jenkins Stream area. Again, this dimension was never part of Plan Change 76, has not been consulted upon, nor has been a submission to support it. They have been slipped in through the Section 42A report. In addition to the above, the land around the oak tree is substantial, 2,500 square metres lost, as against the 900 square metres notified. There was no submission to justify this. So the effect of all of this is threefold. It cancels out the yield benefit discussed with the council and agreed over the last 18 months in terms of density. It makes development of the relevant area unfeasible. I'm there referring to the areas shown in B3. And it acts against the notified change issues and policies. Ms. Squire said in a voice message left for the principal of WVDL as to the Oak Tree Reserve, quote, all I would say, I don't think there's any need for you to worry. I think the size of the reserve matched what your submission sought in terms of area. And that is simply not so. The suggestion is over a third more than what WVDL proposed, as shown on B1. She also said, at the end of the day, it's only an indicative reserve and will work together when you come to subdivide. In my experience, that's not what happens. If an indicative gets into a planning document, the administrators of the plan, when dealing with development, will move the meaning from indicative to required. The provision, the map and the process adopted is simply unfair, unreasonable and inappropriate. It kneecaps the policy which seeks to ensure efficient land use in the Wakefield development area by requiring subdivisions to enable increased and varied housing densities and types, including 2 dwellings on certain lots. Now you'll see a line through part of that. That's the amendment sought by Mr. Lyle in his evidence, but I thought it best to set the whole of what the plan says there. Now just finally, I want to comment on the evidence of Mrs. Dolman, and that's, she showed you a number of photographs, and I caution you, and Mrs. Gorman should say, I caution you about photographs. Photographs are simply a snapshot in time. What's really important, and the courts have made this very clear, you need to know who took the photographs, when the photographs were taken, where the photographs are taken from, what area do the photographs show, so that you know exactly what you are being asked to look at. So I asked my client to comment on these photographs, which were put in by Mrs. Gorman. The first photograph, Higgins Road floods quite often, is well downstream of the Wakefield Valley development site. The intense rainfall referred to was in 2014, as the second photograph shows. The third photograph, looking up valley from Barton's Lane, is again significantly downstream of the Wakefield development site. The next photograph, Selenius Road from State Highway 6 across to Higgins Road, is down a considerable distance towards Brightwater. The Gossie Stream photograph, as I said, it can fill its wide bed and overflow Edwards Road. The reach of Gossie Stream shown is well downstream of the site. The next photograph, Jenkins Creek Bridge. Again, the photographs are well downstream of the Wakefield development.
Those two are.
That's right, they're within the site.
They're on the site.
Sorry, Gossie Stream is within the site, and so is Gentle Creek. And so neither of us show flooding in those photographs. So you need to be careful when you simply have a photograph for you. You know, we know there's flooding in the area, but the photographs you're being shown to you are focused on, it appears, the Wakefield development indicative subdivision. And I heard the comment by one of the submitters that there was a scheme plan before you. There was no scheme plan before you. There's simply an indicative plan indicating how the site could be developed. How the site is physically developed, should the plan change proceed, will be the subject of a resource consent application, as both councillors Bryant and Mailing confirmed. Evidence has been provided for you by Mr. Mark Lyle as to planning, by Mr. Gary Clark as to traffic, by Mr. Robert Jones as to survey, in particular in relation to section 230 of the RMA, and by Mr. David Carlson McCall. Mr. McCall's not here, but I've arranged for him to be on standby, and should you need to question him, he can be here within about 15 minutes. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
First of all, I'll just check, Mr. McCall, that's your stormwater man, isn't it? I didn't think there was a lot of difference in opinion between Mr. Waterman's evidence and what?
No, there doesn't appear to be.
And yours, so I don't see.
That's why
I don't see the need for him to be here.
That's why I took that decision.
When I looked at the two, they both acknowledged they were the rules under the RMA for expert witnesses, and they didn't differentiate at all, as I saw.
That's fine.
Well, yes, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify what you gave us, the overlays. These reserves on the piece of what I call the yellow triangle.
Well, could I bounce that off to Rob Ford, because it's Rob who did those plans.
Okay, I'm happy to wait till he presents.
Well,
Or
are you calling? You listen to Brett's probably.
I just want if you could indicate to us what the width is now of those reserves. That'll be.
Oh, you got it.
It's on transparency.
Can you turn your speaker on?
Yeah.
That's on, it's on transparency B3. You got B3 there?
Was which one did we finally end up as being?
B3 is the
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at. Yeah.
So Gossie Stream showing at 45, 55, and half of it, which abuts the cycle trail at 25 metres, and that's showing the width of the.
We're not hearing you that well because your speaker's too far away. Sorry.
Yeah. Sure. So the start of the stream off Edward Street is showing at 45 metres.
Okay.
The reserve, and then it widens out to 55, and then
okay, so those widths there are the width of those figures.
That's the width of the green shading shown on the plan. Yes, scaled up and overlaid with a Land Information New Zealand boundary overlay.
Will you address why they're so wide in your evidence?
Robert Jones is going to submit to his evidence, but no, I don't understand why they are that width. But I suspect it's because it's been done with a like, to be honest, I'm not too sure exactly why that's shown that wide.
If I look at that, it appears to be the stream bed plus the 20 metres on either side. Because if I look at by Edward Street and Gossie Stream, the stream bed there is about 6 metres wide, and because that's where it's measured, and by the surveyor and the evidence that we got, and then it adds up, and then you take your 20 metres, and that looks like.
And so that obviously has to be in your own.
Yeah, well, I think that Gossie Stream isn't that wide, so you got 55 metres shown on one of the dimensions. Yeah, so
well, it is at that point. Then it gets narrower further down where it's been measured, as I understand it from the evidence that I read.
And that's probably why it's narrower down there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but some of that, to be honest, some of that with the culvert is at Edward Street is a man-made watercourse, not a natural watercourse. So it's been excluded from the Esplanade provisions. Yeah.
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you. If this question is not appropriate at this point, Chair, you can shut me down. So it's a process question, really. I'm just wanting to understand the council's practice with respect to putting in indicative reserves into the planning maps. What we've heard here is evidences that becomes problematic.
We'll seek that advice later.
Okay.
Yeah, rather than do it now.
All right. And then I just have one other question. So the evidence talks about changes being made which have not been brought about through the process of submissions.
It's not evidence, it's Mr. McFadden's submission.
Yeah,
So he's
sorry.
not giving evidence, he made a
All right.
submission.
All right.
There is a difference when a solicitor
Got it.
addresses you, he's not a witness.
So the submission, so I guess the question I'm pondering in my mind is we had the updated flood models. If they had been available through the process of asking for submissions, would we have had different submissions?
In my opinion, no, they wouldn't, because like I said in my presentation earlier, the extent of the floodplain hasn't changed. It's the flows and flood depths that have changed, but it's still spread out in the same way as the previous models that were available.
What I recall from his evidence, it was the depth rather than the width. Right on.
Sorry, I got Mr. Whiting up here for a reason, and I've had him sitting here for a reason, in case there was any matters that arose on which he, as the owner of the site and the person who physically works on it, had any comments to make. I think that's appropriate in circumstances of a plan change. He's also principal Wakefield Village Development, which is a submitter. So may I ask him whether he has anything to say?
We all are trying to get as much information as we can to make our decisions.
You got something to say? Say it.
So I just want to point to Walter's report and the stuff that he's talked about pre-subdivision. So in our last consent that we applied for, originally starting back in, I think it was 2019 from memory, I'm going back, and the consented subdivision that you can see on the plan currently, it's about 86 sections or thereabouts. We went through quite a process at that stage, and there was consultation a lot with Tonkin Taylor on the previous report. So Stephen King Turner from AMK put together a report as part of that subdivision, and that was originally on the original previous owners of the subdivision. It was decided that there was going to be a detention pond located in that area, probably down towards the Totra block. There was going to be on that lower flats a detention pond of approximately 50,000, I think, 50,000 cubes from memory. But in consultation with
if you could show us on the map, or
shall I show you on that big one that's sitting up there, or
yeah, if you could put it up, or just one on the screen, or one on the screen. Either way would be useful. Let's see. Well, this is one of the-
Yep. A little bit closer to the sections, yeah. Up there, where that was.
Yeah.
Yes, in that area.
Because at the moment, we feed down, so currently the subdivision has been, we're working on the subdivision plan. It feeds down and feeds into this area as a secondary flow in here. The secondary flow for the existing subdivision. So in consultation with Simon Aiken, who was working for Tonkin Taylor and was employed by TDC to do the initial flood modelling. AMK, it was decided that it was best for the water that was congregating in pit pier to get away sooner rather than detention it before the upstream flows of water came down the track. So I asked Walter, is that still the case?
I don't know. I just want to correct something, and I think what caused the confusion is that Simon Aiken at the time, who was employed at Tonkin and Taylor, seconded at TDC in the role of stormwater planning advisor. So everything he commented on was in his role as council employee, not as Tonkin and Taylor advisor. And Tonkin and Taylor has not provided advice to the developer on stormwater management.
So it was in consultation with council.
It was in consultation with council. Yeah, correct. And what I further mentioned in my evidence is that I haven't seen conclusive evidence to show that a no detention approach does not cause downstream effects. I have not been part of discussions around the previous consent for the subdivision that's in there, so I don't know what was decided there or how what approach was taken or what evidence was provided for that, and I haven't assessed it, so I can't comment on it.
And Dwayne, you're giving a statement. It's not your job to cross-examine the previous witness. So that's a bit of a no-no, and I'm sure Mr. McFadden will tell you that.
All right, so then the other statement about that, there was going to be a detention upstream, and I would like to know whether that's still been taken into account as part of the stormwater modelling. There was major detention, and Richard would know that because he was involved with that, and part of the previous owners of the upstream subdivision in that area had some major detention to hold back the water further upstream, which was part of the whole development of our subdivision at that stage as well. Touch review. Yeah. Nothing more on that.
You got a question for Mr. White? Councillor McKenna.
So, yes, so are you talking about detention up on Tote Review or closer to Edward Street?
So in our consultation with council, Simon Aiken was acting for council at that stage, and Stephen Concerno, there was detention approved and submitted, I think, from the engineering plans at that stage that I think the Horncastle and Wynn owned the property up there. There was a massive detention pond to go up there. I can't remember the quantities that were in that. And at that consultation stage, it was decided that it was best to get the water away that was hitting Wakefield Development's property prior to more water coming from further and further upstream, because there was quite a bit of water going to be held back in that Totra subdivision as well, which would have been pre-development flows, I'm assuming. So I'm just assuming that. I haven't seen the full report on that.
I guess, Chair, that's a matter we could ask for some further advice on. Yeah.
Mr. McFadden, so Mr. Lyle, so we've got his evidence. It's been read. But
probably just to make clear that the stream width is not based on flooding events. It's based on the annual fullest flow without overtopping its bank. And yeah, so in some cases on that Gossy stream that I provided evidence on, the banks were significantly higher in some places than others.
will you just, so you're Mr. Jones?
That's right.
Yeah, because you didn't introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry.
I just need that. So, because then I can find the evidence that we've already read. Makes it easier for us.
Sorry, yep, yeah, Robert Jones, the licensed cadastral
Yep.
surveyor, yeah.
Yep. So you quoted the case law, which I've read. I love case law.
Right, yeah.
Ex-copper, that's what happened.
I just referenced that case law because it was probably the most sort of recent and this common law principle that sort of doesn't differentiate between the types of rivers, because Ros commented on that it was a braided river, but yeah, it doesn't, sort of a mute point.
I've got no questions for you. I'll just see if I did note that there was two areas that you didn't measure, and I assume that was because the banks were so low.
Yeah, there was an area where it was hard to distinguish by topography what was the river and what wasn't. And in those cases, because you're supposed to exclude any water that extends into flood berms or flood margins. So yeah, I couldn't really distinguish between the bed and the flood margin in those cases. And yeah, so that's.
And we've also had a particularly dry summer and autumn. So, you know, there is grass growing where at other times it might not be.
Right, yeah. Just to make one point about those widths that we'd measured on the plan change. That there was one width there near Edward Street which was quite large, but we don't quite know how the width of the green area has been determined there, because the width of that Point and Gozzy stream was about 6.1 metres from memory. And so if you add 20 on each side of that, that's 46.1, not the. So it seems like maybe the widths on those reserve areas are quite indicative. Yeah, so it's possibly manufactured.
Councillor McKenzie, have you got some questions?
Off the man-made bank rather than the actual annual fullest flow bank, which is a bit further down.
It appears that that's been dug out because there's culverts there, two culverts.
That's correct. That was what, in my opinion, that's why it's so wide at that point, because it was just to accommodate those two twin culverts.
Councillor McKenzie?
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a general question really, but, you know, looking at between, you know, B3 as we've got it here, which kind of identifies sections which would be deleted because of the larger indicative reserves. If we didn't have those larger indicative reserves, and looking at the overlay of the flood, how would the flooding be dealt with?
Sorry, was that a question to me?
Well,
Councillor McKenzie, he's a surveyor, not a stormwater expert. So, and there wasn't difference of opinion between Mr. McCall and Mr. Woodman in relation to flow.
Okay.
So,
right.
More, you could address that question in the reply from Councillor McKenzie, but I don't think this gentleman is qualified to answer it.
All right. Well, at some stages, someone could pick that up. I mean, from a simple, you know, I'm looking at a map that's covered in blue, and I'm looking at a map which is covered in sections. So fundamentally, I'm just keen to know how that blue means water, squares mean sections. So how is that going to be accommodated?
Yep. Yep. Yep.
So and generally we would, as being a surveyor, we would design this layout, which is an indicative layout, which we've shown on this plan, and then we would use someone like David McCall or Stephen Kinturner, which are engineers, who would then accommodate the width of the corridor required for the flooding QMX, which will be coming down that stream. So sections would then be designed to a certain ground level with the required freeboard to allow them to go through. And earthwork, so there'd be an earthworks consent required, and then there'll be mitigation measured between the sections and the riverbank. So there's setbacks required as well. So there's various factors that would come into account to accommodate the flooding. So you wouldn't get a developer just developing sections and raising them and not accommodating the flood level that's been going through there. Yeah. So I mean, council obviously we would get questions on that on a resource consent quite clearly. We'd have to deal with.
Mr. Whiting.
So obviously at resource consent stage, we have to go through a full analysis of the stormwater effects and the effects downstream, and the dam break effects, and all that's laid out into the plan change. So at that stage, we there employ the right people, and that may be a Tonkin Taylor or another, or a Stephen King Turner or David McCall Carlson or whoever it is. At this stage, we're using those two, and we have to mitigate that. And if we decide that we're going to put sections in that area, we would be looking at what height is acceptable with the freeboards, and the mitigations further downstream, whether in the subdivision or outside the subdivision. So that's how the process generally works at consent stage. And again, then council will review that. They come back and they throw us all the questions and reviews, and obviously get into communication and make sure that we are doing the right thing. So the only comment I would also make is if, and currently as it's formed there, that we wouldn't even entertain our indicative reserves in that area, in that triangle area that you're talking about, or we're talking about, that triangle area. We probably wouldn't even entertain doing a subdivision in that area at all. So we lose all the sections in there because there's too much work to go ahead as from a development point of view, and costs, and upgrading Edward Street and doing all the drama to actually look at even put sections there with indicative reserves currently as they form. So that's my only comment as far as that goes.
I just wonder, Mr. Chairman, a question in part is addressed to Mr. Jones, just in relation to the widths of the stream have now been superseded in some ways by this, and this is probably for a planner, by that what you've indicated as will be not built on. So the width of the stream becomes irrelevant in some ways with that wider corridor now, doesn't it?
Are you talking about whether there's Esplanade reserves or utilities
In
reserves?
effect, you are making available some sort of corridor, call it a reserve, whatever you like, as part of the development alongside particularly Gossie Stream.
Yeah, if Rob Ford might like to answer that question for you, if you like. Yeah.
So the plan B1, the B1 tracing you have, that shows the amended reserves. That's what we submitted for amendment to reserves, which was on the first notified plan, being Plan A, which is the paper copy you've got as a base plot.
Yeah.
So the amendments were submitted, and they were to accommodate the corridors for areas of Esplanade, and obviously it would be drainage, which would be the stream, to allow for the flood levels. So that was what was submitted, and that's how would it be accommodated to allow for the sections to be developed. There will be some design criteria in that, and that may be some slight variation to it, but that was what we were anticipating to allow the development.
So that's B3 that you're now.
B1.
Yeah, which is the one we finally ended up on?
B3 is the one that council has shown.
Okay, so yours is
Yep, so
yours is B1.
So B1 is the one that we submitted. Yep. Yep. So sorry. So you can see on B3 that the effects of what it does to the developments, it basically takes out, as Dwayne pointed out, it would take out the whole area of Edward Street frontage onto that cul-de-sac. Wouldn't be worth developing that area.
Yeah, that's why I was asking the question I was around. Being sure. Thank you.
Right, so no more questions of Mr. Jones, Mr. Ford? Okay. Yeah.
Very Clark.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, I am.
we've seen you before.
You prepared a statement.
That's correct.
It was with the council. Have you got any corrections you wish to make to it?
No,
It's true, correct?
it is.
Answer the questions.
I thought I might just answer some of those questions that were raised before from the commissioners. One about the roundabout, a potential roundabout, and the reserve that sits at Papua Road, sorry. I was involved in some accelerated infrastructure funding project that looked at a roundabout in that location. It was acknowledged that the reserve is a problem in terms of accommodating the roundabout. That's not to suggest that it shouldn't be investigated. It's just how you manage that reserve and how you can put some sort of roundabout in there. With regard to the power pole, it is on the left-hand side as you exit. Vehicles would be typically entering that intersection slowly. The power pole is only a narrow obstruction in its own right. And it's clear of the giveaway lines where you're expected to stop, give way and wait and look. If it is an issue, it'll get raised in the ITA or some other process and will form part of an application if it's an issue. And that would be the same with any road safety or capacity issues in terms of the network as a result of any subdivision consent that would have to be looked at. Noting, of course, that generally the roads in this area are operating well below what we call practical operating capacity. But I suppose you can take some assurance that the way that the framework is set in that plan change, it allows those consents to come through and be considered as each one of those come through with an appropriate ITA, looking at the effects. I'm happy to answer questions.
I've just got a quick one, probably. I noted in your evidence, you talked about a small roundabout. And if you're accommodating trucks, would you do a small drive over roundabout, similar to the one that I think we've got one in Brightwater at where the trucks drive over that? And this roundabout out here, the buses to go around that roundabout drive over. Is that the type of roundabout you were talking about, or were you talking a higher, small one?
Having been involved in roundabout design for more than 30 years, you can have roundabouts that are this big, which I've designed, and you can have roundabouts that are 50 to 70 metres in diameter. Because of the constraints or the boundaries that sit within that area, you're going to look at a roundabout that can fit within there without taking land, unless there's some desire to actually put something much bigger in. NZTA recently put in a smaller roundabout in Motueka High Street, which is a drive over because of those limitations in terms of land. But you also have roundabouts at Main Road Stoke, the three roundabouts, and even Queen Street here that can accommodate trucks. I don't see that roundabout needing to be what NZTA would typically design, which is a very large thing, which you would have probably seen on State Highway 62 and State Highway 6 in Marlborough. Yeah, not that big, but something more urban.
And it is in a 50k zone.
That's correct.
Yeah. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you. So in your evidence, you talk about, that intersection costs involved would be significant, and so should only be dealt with as you talk about there with the consents coming online and extra traffic. Based on your experience, how would we be assured that Waka Kotahi would build this into their work program in terms of when, for example, the development area was fully developed? How would we know that we could get them to do it? For example, we have the situation in Lower Queen Street where we have a lot more traffic and an unsatisfactory intersection because it hasn't made it to Waka Kotahi's list of priorities. So how would we be assured that we would have infrastructure aligned with demand?
A very good question, which is quite difficult to answer with regards to NZTA and their work programs. Yeah, I have been involved in a number of consents that we've had to deal with the NZTA in regards to intersection design. Invariably, those costs will fall on the developer. That said, I note that NZTA are currently putting a right turn bay at Tasman View Road, which is not developer driven, if you like, but it's future planning. But on State Highway 64, you won't know the property, but Brett Mitten's land, I spent 8 months negotiating with NZTA to find a suitable design that they would accept as part of that development. So it's quite hard for me to answer that question. NZTA will set their priorities as they are, but if there's an effect that comes out of the ITA, that will have to be dealt with under the developer. It may have some contribution from NZTA, but I suspect knowing them, they will want some costs paid for by the developer.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just to refer from myself, Gary, if I may, just in relation to the staged approach to the development, do you see having that at certain stages, there'll be needs for some upgrades there? Or, obviously, as it becomes more completed.
There possibly will be. Some of those things may relate more around cycling and pedestrian work. The Pipview Street intersection currently is operating well below capacity, has good sight distances, it's operating safely based on crash records. Increased traffic there will create some tension in terms of gap acceptance, if you like, for people turning particularly right out of there. But again, I suppose you've got comfort in terms of the ITA process that will allow you to look at that and then come up with a design that's appropriate for whatever might be needed there. I mean, there's a range of intersection controls you can put in to improve capacity or improve safety, and it would depend what the particular issue is.
Right. Do you see them progressively having to be done? And where would you see it being ultimately, like, I think you talked about a roundabout into the reserve, because that reserve is called Mouse Point, and there's some people at Wakefield who are mostly attached to that reserve.
Yeah, there will be or potentially a threshold at some point where something more significant needs to be done, whether that's part of this plan change or other development that happens up the valley. In terms of the ultimate solution, I would suggest it is a roundabout because it has a number of different aspects to it. One is as one of the submitters noted, it reduces speed, reduces the number of conflict points, which makes it safer. The reserve issue is a live issue in terms of a roundabout. If you put the roundabout where the reserve is, you could move that reserve to the north of the roundabout because there will be a triangle left of a similar size and similar shape. But I know that sometimes people are attached to the location of the land and rather than where it is in terms of the wider environment. Hopefully that answers that question.
Thank you. And then just finally, in relation to the Homes for Wakefield submission and a suggestion of an alternative road being required in the future, any thoughts around that and whether that would be
and that's via Higgins Road.
Correct, yeah.
Higgins Road, sorry, and onto Bird Road. That, from a transportation planning perspective, makes sense. It's obviously outside the scope of this plan change, but that does make some sense to actually provide for that in any FDS, which I understand this land may be part of, and connecting up to the highway via Bird Road, there would need to be obviously some work done in terms of road widths and things like that, because I suspect they're not wide enough as they sit at the moment. But there is some merit in that. Thank you.
Right, I don't think we've got any more questions of Mr. Clark. We'll see you again.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Mr. Law. I think so, because we can work through to one and then have a break.
You're Mark Lyle.
Yes.
You've prepared a statement of evidence which was lodged with the council.
Yes, I did.
Any changes you wish to make to that document?
I certainly acknowledge the errors made in the decimal points in relation to the areas of reserve. My apologies. I did realise that quite quickly after it was circulated, but I thought, well, we'll deal with that on the day. But sorry about that.
Nothing more?
No.
So you confirm that other than that, changes were correct?
Yes.
Are there any matters you've heard today from the reporting officer that you want to comment on?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. I guess first and foremost, as set out in my evidence in chief, I've been involved for a number of years with the various previous stages of development, which have been a multidisciplinary approach with a range of engineers and designers. Over the last, since the notification of Plan Change 76, I've been closely involved in looking carefully at the planning framework. Since the close of further submissions, as set out in my evidence, we had multiple meetings with staff, Jeremy and Anna in particular, going through in a fine-tooth comb the very many changes to the plan and talking through the consequences and the efficiency of those changes. I think, of course, they can speak for themselves, but I think everyone would agree who was involved in those meetings, the focus is really about two things: mechanics as to how the rules would work, but probably more importantly from council's perspective was about the objective of providing for an efficient use of this greenfield land immediately adjoining Wakefield and getting their objective yield numbers out of this plan change. So the numbers were a focus of numerous meetings, obviously from Wakefield Village Development's perspective. That was, I guess, tempered around the market realities of trying to deliver to a market that's dynamic. For example, the company objected to the very rigid rules around what you must deliver. Our approach is, well, we certainly want to deliver to the market demand, but we don't want to deliver small houses or small sections when the demand is something different. So we needed that flexibility, which is where we ended up on the density rules. But just to reiterate and emphasise, the 18 months of work was really about trying to ensure that the yield was achieved. And I'm spending some time to go back over that background because the last minute changes to the indicative reserve areas, in my opinion, significantly unravel all of that work, that effort that we went to demonstrate that we could achieve the numbers that Jackie and Jeremy really needed to achieve out of this rural land in order to achieve its objectives. So I think it's significant background to the context of the conversations that we've had. Just before I go through the technicalities in terms of policy wording that don't really won't occupy a great deal of time, I think it's important to pick up on the questions around the flooding model and how that gets addressed at the development stage. I think you've heard from the applicant full recognition that that's a considerable important part of the design process. And it's also acknowledged by Mr. Workman in his expert evidence as a flooding engineer openly acknowledged that, you know, we've got a flooding issue. The subdivision design, which will involve moving earth around, as it always does, we'll need to keep an eye on those things when a design's developed. And there's multiple parts to that. It's not a single issue that feeds into that. There's servicing design as well. There's efficient roading, network stuff. It's obviously trying to deliver a range of unit densities, allotment types, and also looking at the amenity associated with the subdivision. So there's a range of things, and we certainly are fully aware of the flooding component around that. And that's important because I think Mr. Workman and Wakefield Village Developments is on the same page, that it's an issue that we have to deal with at the subdivision phase. In his section 42A report, he's gone through specifically the submission from Ms. Gorman, and if you go to that attachment, I'm not saying you need to right now, but if you go through his report, he tabulates the issue that she has raised in terms of flooding and discusses the planning framework about how these things are dealt with at the development phase. You have to provide a flooding assessment, and at the end of those recommendations, on each of those recommendations, he says, on this basis, my recommendation is that no further changes are required. I think that's significant in terms of the submission and the scope around the issue for making changes to their indicative reserve areas, because the council's flooding engineer has said the provisions are already in place for managing flooding effects and the plan. No changes are required. Yet, from Ms. Squire's perspective, it's in relation to the flooding effects that the indicative reserves are added in the southern portion of the site. That's my understanding of the staff recommendations, and of course they've got the opportunity again later to address that. Turning to the policy stuff. Look, it's not a significant issue from my perspective. Yes, I've made a comment on policy 623 2B, and Ms. McKenzie, who's a policy planner, prefers their own wording. I simply think my wording's clearer and simpler, but I think move on, it's fine. In terms of the method and the reference to the design guide being implemented, well, a design guide is a design guide. Not all parts of a design guide you necessarily apply. You have to look at the circumstances. You've got to make value judgments. So I acknowledge that that's the way the plan refers to it. That's the way the plan refers to it. And out of consistency, I'm happy to go along with Anna's recommendation in that respect. I think at the end of the day, there will be some factors where you don't fully implement the design guide because it doesn't make sense in the circumstances, and you come up with what's good best practice for that site. But nevertheless, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. We've agreed on the comma or the grammatical stuff. Don't think we need to talk about that. There was also an issue, what I raised in my evidence about the southern end of the site next to Edward Street not matching an approved subdivision plan. I've had a conversation with Ms. McKenzie in the earlier break, and we compared the plans, the subdivision plan with the zoning plan. I think we agree that there is an anomaly there. It can be confirmed later, but it's an easy fix. But I think it's important anyway, because that land has already been approved for subdivision, and so it should be in the residential zone. And last but not least, just something maybe to think about over lunch. I have raised this with Mr. Butler. For 18 months, as I said, we went through the provisions carefully. I mean, we're talking about 150 page, in combination, these documents are a huge number of changes. And our team and the council were planning to sit down with the council again prior to the hearing to go through those again. That didn't happen because of a range of circumstances where other workloads got in the way and illnesses, I think, as well. Now we've got a final set of provisions that, for example, have the second dwelling provision that have changed since our last meeting. I have raised the option of the applicant and the council again having some space, maybe in an adjournment after today, to at least have some time to talk about those changes again, because there have been more changes. And I hate to think, because it was rushed or it was a last minute effort without, with against the background that I've explained over 18 months, that we didn't get the opportunity to just make sure we talked those things through properly again, make sure we have to. Otherwise, the formal process will have to keep running its course. And if we realise later that there'll have to be an appeal to fix something. And I don't think I think for the purpose of a short adjournment, I should say, I think it'd be worthwhile. That's all from me. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, first of all, that suggestion makes some sense to me. If the two parties haven't been able to get together over that final wording to check it, I'm sure once we've heard the reply that we will be adjourning, because there are some questions raised. We'll need some stuff, but to me that makes some sense from a practical point of view. Yeah, it may have to involve other submitters, but just to make sure we follow the process correctly. But for me, that makes some sense. I'll just see if Deputy Mayor has a question.
I do have some, if I may. So just in relation to, I think you're referring to your paragraph 53, 52 and 53 around the provision for a second drilling on allotments. Is that the rule you were referring to just as you concluded?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, sorry.
So what is the change now? Is it different to what you've got written here, or?
Well, and fundamentally, we're very pleased that the recommendation is to provide for the second dwellings on lots that are 600 square metres or greater. You'll understand the reasons for that. It's an affordability issue where parents and kids, or lots of different formats, can share a site and capital essentially. But in the section 42A, for example, and I don't want to say this is the only change, there was a change to the daylight rule associated with how those units two units on a site must comply. And that was a change that has come late in the piece that we just haven't had a chance to talk through.
Right, because I just wonder how this is going to work in practice around people being able to build second dwellings, or plan change 60 enable that in rural areas. But what we find, and quite often in some cases, is that it's more difficult for people to get bank finances if they haven't got a secure title with them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, and one of the things from Homes from Wakefield particularly was about a very lot of variation in lot sizes to provide for smaller homes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. There'll be cases where, and in the latest design work that's been done, there are small lots that will only have a single dwelling, but there's also probably going to be larger lots where the same higher density can be achieved, but there's two dwellings on the one title, so that funding can be easier to achieve. I mean, my example in my mind is that parents want to move out of a big house their kids are growing up and so are their families who start out in a small house and they swap as time goes on and they're there to support each other. So there's lots of other ways that other circumstances that would benefit. It might be brother and sister sharing capital, for example, but it's going to suit a lot of people. We think it could be very, very popular.
There's another point, and if you've got two houses on the section, depending on the dimensions, potentially they could be subdivided into separate houses or separate titles in the future.
Yeah, and that was going to be a subsequent question. So, yeah, well, and I guess that's not all bad because one of them will obviously be a smaller section of a house, most likely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the whole purpose of plan change is to create these options.
And I think in evidence you've shown that you got to have them through all the stages of development as you proceed now, rather than what tends to happen, people wait to the end, or particularly at block. I think inclusionary zoning in Queenstown, they require that, but you're volunteering that effectively.
Yeah, we're wanting that opportunity so that the developers can anticipate and provide for those needs when they design the subdivision.
Right. But it will be for each stage. I think that's the important
Yeah.
question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor McKenzie?
Oh, just one further question. I'm not sure about this rule around the two lots, well, the two houses on a provision for a secondary. Does that just apply to the Wakefield? And this may well be a question for staff.
Yes, it is. It's just a rule for Wakefield at the moment. And it's within scope of submissions. We asked that specifically within submissions, and we had long conversation about whether staff were willing to support that, given it was something only that Wakefield would have. But so it's a great way to actually test it was within this area, and it's consistent with what Homes for Wakefield are trying to provide for as well. So we think it's a great test case, and I think it'll prove that the rest of the district should benefit from it as well at some stage.
Councillor McKenzie?
Yeah, it was just a question around the practical application of that. So it doesn't need to be decided at the time. I mean, essentially you could sell a lot and a house could be built on it. And then sometime later, a second dwelling could be constructed. And then what, you just retrofit your services?
Well, I think in reality how these things work, I'm sure Dwayne would contribute to this, but I think in reality, when people go to purchase, they're going to have these things in mind, and certainly when they go to design, they'll be purchasing with a certain format or a certain future in mind. There may be people who simply build a house and then one day down the track think, oh, heck, we can build a second dwelling. Well, if they didn't think about it in the first place, they're probably unlikely to be able to do it later. So, as I said, I think the opportunity is going to be very marketable. So people are going to have that in their mind when they purchase and design. Does Dwayne want to add to that?
The process really come around because of my involvement in subdivision over the last 30 odd years. So I've had a lot of involvement in Nelson. I initially did subdivision in Wakefield many years ago, probably 25 or so, down off Lord Auckland Road. We've had numerous inquiries over the years on subdivisions, including as late as last year around the two dwelling thing. It becomes an expensive exercise to even go down that track because you have to apply for affected parties' consent. Covenants don't allow for it generally. The demographics have changed in the landscape of sections where families just can't afford to go and build a house on a, say, $400,000 section. So mum and dads have been offering, well, I actually had a case a person just last year on a subdivision, was it more than the year before, actually, I can't remember. But they wanted to build on a subdivision that we'd done in Nelson City, and it wasn't available because as soon as you put a second kitchen into the place, you can't do it without going through that whole consent process. Mark can speak on that side of it. It becomes quite a drama and an expensive cost too, as well, on top of that. So there's also the opportunity to probably people to maybe have also the opportunity to have a little bit of income come in if there was going to build a dwelling and have a rental beside them as well. Could potentially do that as well. That's an opportunity. We talked through the whole process of around the sizing of it, and we said we don't want to limit it to a minor dwelling or a major dwelling. We want to have the opportunity to have two dwellings. So you might have a larger 2-bedroom on one side and a 3-bedroom on the other side. And we also logistically went through the process through the enablement of being able to be subdivided easily in the future and the frameworks around that. So that's actually correct on that, Jeremy. Yeah. We went through that quite considerably. So we weren't going to limit people from, and hence that's how we come to the 200 square metre section. So if somebody had a 1-bedroom that was sort of 50, 60, 70 square metres and they want to subdivide through the party wall, or if we're sitting on there separately, they want to subdivide that off in the future, they can apply to get that subdivision subdivided. So, yeah, we think it's going to be a game changer. We think it's opportunities, and we think in a hard market that people are struggling to get new houses on the ground, and we think the costs are going to be very similar to, building two houses of around, use example, say 200, 250 square metres. You've got two houses going on there to building one house on a property, but they halve the cost of the section effectively. And we also talked about the framework around servicing. So yes, we understand that if they applied for a building consent and a second servicing, they would have to pay attributable development levies in relation to that, DCs, whether that's 2/3 of a HUD or a full HUD or 1/3, depending on the size of the dwelling and how it works. So, I mean, we've talked about that as well. So that's in a nutshell around the second dwelling. We think it's an opportunity, and also, as Mark said, as a way to test the market for the wider area of Tasman to see whether it can be brought into future plans as well, if it works. So, you've got another one?
I have just another question around the oak tree. So I'm just interpreting your overlay here of B3 as against A. So am I interpreting this to mean that based on the overlay, well, you'd have to redesign, I guess, your schematic, would you, from what it currently shows on B3, or how many sections do you think you would lose in there?
Well, the issue's obviously been a moving target, but it started out in Plan A where you got a 35-metre diameter over the tree. B1 is where this was attached to our submission, where we said, well, we had taken into consideration the indicative layout of a subdivision to make that work between Pitfield Stream and the reserve over the oak tree. We would change the shape to provide for the oak tree. I mean, it is a considerable tree, so it would shade the area south of it, which is why part of that reserve is south of the tree graphic. And so when you look at the final recommendation or the Section 42A report, which shows a 55-metre diameter and then also the wider Pitfield Stream reserve, it leaves very little space in between that reserve and the Pitfield Stream, and in combination, it has a significant impact on 20 or so lots immediately beside and adjacent to it. So land use efficiency wise, it has a significant risk to that, whether it's worthwhile doing that part of the subdivision. And yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the tree is not a fantastic tree, but is that worth 20 lots? And I think the developers would say absolutely not, cut the thing down. But we're trying to find a way here to achieve the wider objective.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is a pretty amazing tree when you look at it. And the other side of the coin is definitely, people that end up with these massive trees actually not in a reserve, but on their section, and actually the impacts of those trees. So it's tricky.
Okay, any other questions? No. Mark, I think you've covered it well. I've got no further questions of you. I'm happy. Mr. McFadden, anything else you want to add?
We have nothing more. If you have no questions, Mr. McCall, then we can go to okay.
Well, I think at this time we'll adjourn. What's it, 1:45? We'll adjourn for lunch. I would have thought 45 minutes is plenty. So we'll start again at 1:30 with the reporting officer's reply. Okay, so enjoy your lunch, everyone. Yes. Okay, so we'll resume and Mr. McFadden had finished, so we'll start with the reporting officer's right of reply.
Thank you, Chair. Just got a couple of points to make, and then I'll defer to our experts here. I would like to acknowledge that it is recognised that there were delays in discussing with Wakefield Village Development Limited around recommended changes to the indicative reserves. We did, however, make attempts to discuss these changes prior to the hearing, but as Mark indicated, it was difficult with everyone's schedules to make that happen. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And with regards to the minor wording changes, Jeremy and I are happy to meet to work through some of those minor changes. And if there's anything not agreed, a decision would obviously need to be made through the panel. With regards to the discussion around flooding, I'm going to defer to Walter to respond to those, to provide some final comments.
Yes, probably two further points I'd like to make. First of all, I'd like to refer back to the photos that Jean Gorman provided as part of her submission. I interpreted those photos as showing how bad the flooding is downstream of the development, and as a reason for her to acknowledge that the development should not result in making that existing flooding even worse. So that's how at least I have interpreted the photos provided by Jean Gorman. Then the second point is in terms of reserves along streams. These are required to accommodate flood flows, and whether you refer to them as Esplanade Reserve or a drainage reserve, or even when they would remain in private ownership, the same space would still be required or to accommodate flood flows. So it's effectively the same outcome. Now, no matter what we refer to these reserves as. Having said that, I think the importance of the reserves in terms of their function for flooding is such that I think the best outcome would be that the council maintains and operates them to ensure that they keep providing that function in the future. That's it from me. Thank you.
Yeah, and Ros has got a few points to make around the indicative reserves and the bill.
Maybe a few questions from us, but we'll just wait till the end and then we'll do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just speak to the Plan B, 3 overlaid A, if I could.
B1, 2,
No, B3 over A.
Yeah, so it's B1, 2, and 3. So B3.
B3 over A. So just to explain to you, I'm sure you're already aware, but just to re-emphasise that the amendments to the indicative reserve notation north of Higgins Road in response to the request for submission reflected the actual location of the Pitfield stream more accurately than was shown in the notified plan change. It also responds to the request from the applicant that the land, the residentially zoned land, the use of that land be provided for. So we, as I advised earlier, we accepted that reduction of the 20 metre that's assumed, well, required by virtue of the Act and the plan. And you can see that it does provide quite a lot more additional scope for lots on the true left bank, except that on the true right bank, it does show the indicative reserve overlaid some of the proposed lots on the indicative plan. But again, there's a lot of work to be done to define where that reserve will be on the true right bank in terms of accommodating the Q100 flow and maintenance vehicle access. With respect to Gossie Stream, as Rita pointed out, and I pointed out earlier, the reality is this watercourse needs to be managed, stormwater needs to be managed. The mechanism that we use in the plan to indicate within structure plans, both indicative roads and reserves is, if you like, the mechanism that we use to indicate to the community and to the developer and the future planners that this is the accepted way that this stormwater will be managed, and that's the mechanism that we use. The issue of the management stormwater was raised in submission. We also have new information since the plan was notified. I'm confident that that's within scope, but I'm more than happy to seek some advice to confirm that for you if need be. As I mentioned earlier today, with the updated information, we took a conservative approach on the basis of advice from stormwater engineers as part of this.
Close, Ross. That's it.
So we initially took quite a conservative approach, but we have got that additional information now, which confirmed, the modelling confirmed in the order of 7 to 7.5 cumex of water coming down Gossie Stream. So I think the consensus is that that can be dealt with in a narrower reserve corridor, indicative reserve corridor. I am concerned that so much emphasis has been put on this issue. We all know in council and the development community that that it needs to be dealt with. We have a responsibility to put our best foot forward in terms of how this should be indicated to planners, future planners, and that's the tool we use to do that. It is indicative. I've emphasised that a number of times. We don't have all the information at this point in time to be able to confirm the final width. And as I said earlier this morning, we are not looking to acquire additional land. We're not looking to compromise the subdivision. We're looking to ensure that stormwater, riparian values, public access, all the requirements that we are required to consider are provided for. This is a crude mechanism, if you like, of providing that indication to council and future landowners and the community. But that's how the issue is managed and provided for. If council is of a mind, you could choose not to accept our recommendation for Gossie Stream. At the end of the day, when the subdivision occurs, as Ruta mentioned before, this will need to be dealt with. Whether or not it's by an Esplanade Reserve, whether or not it's by utility reserve, it will be dealt with. Our position was that this is a consistent, best practice way to indicate to the community. We were confident that this was in scope. It was raised in submission. The only other thing I wanted to talk to was the issue of the oak tree. And I'll defer to Richard in a minute, but the reason for the recommendation, the initial recommendation, was because this is a very special landscape tree. In terms of providing for this community amenity and future enjoyment of the reserve and that tree by the community, we recommended that council have an indicative reserve notation there, that we would acquire the land. That was the principal reason for our recommendation. And with respect to the amendments, we are trying to ensure, and the area that the submitter submitted be increased to fit with his subdivision is very equivalent to what is in our recommendation. So in my opinion, it's a matter of designing around that tree. And if that's not possible, then I think our recommendation to you would be that the indicative reserve notation is removed, because it's costing a council a lot of money to purchase this land. If the health of that tree can't be retained in the long term, then you question why council's requiring that reserve, because we're meeting and exceeding our levels of service reserves in this community by virtue of the Greenway, the Totra Tree Reserve. So as Richard explained to me earlier, you know, these trees grow for a long time. We're acquiring this land for the purpose of protecting that tree, providing the amenity of that tree and that future community. And if we can't assure that will occur, yeah, then you do have to weigh up the benefits of that indicative reserve notation around the tree. And I'll just defer to Richard because it's quite helpful to hear what is needed over the life of the tree to ensure its health and the cross-boundary effects that rise through these kind of trees.
Yeah, so we looked at the area needed for the practical maintenance of that tree. So we're looking at a tree that could survive there for 600 years plus. So if you can imagine, a very large tree needs space. We need to be able to get in there to maintain it. We're looking at things like machinery, cherry pickers. We're also looking at safety for the residents around there. So we're really trying to think ahead of what that tree is going to need for a very, very long time and reduce the setup costs, or look at how we can maintain that tree at a reasonable rate. If the boundaries are too close, we can't get large machinery in. If the boundaries are too close, we've got conflicts with neighbours, and whether that's just leaves in gutters, or whether that's not being able to get in there to maintain the tree. And we've also got future issues with the root plate. So if the root plate is extended into the private property, we can't control how that root plate is going to be protected. So if that's damaged over the lifespan of the tree, that's when we start to get failures, and that's when we'll start to see costs arise. So it is a matter of doing it right now, or doing this at all. Does that make sense?
Yep, thanks for that. I'll just see who's got questions first, and there's three people being asked questions. Deputy Mayor?
Well, Gore, isn't it? Because I have one for Bill as well.
All right, so you've got one for Bill as well. So,
But firstly, just throws in. Richard, thanks for that about the tree. Oh, sorry, yeah. Has that tree ever been considered for protection, do you know?
Not as far as I know. If the landowner would like it to be protected, then we would do what's called a STEM assessment, and that would assess the tree on its on various different factors. And one of them would be that landscape, that sort of effects on the landscape, and it would be huge. It would probably get enough points to be a grade A protected tree. But it isn't at the moment. It's not protected. But so would some of the other trees, the native trees in that area. We don't, unless the landowner wants the tree protected, we don't go down that line. It doesn't work. They need to be.
It needs to be requested.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the other totara trees that are be part of the reserve, that they are part of an SMA or some protection?
Sorry, Stu, I don't know. Yeah.
Not as far as I'm aware of, no.
Right. Just in relation, so how big are you thinking the reserve will need to be around these trees? Obviously, from the developer's point of view, it's impractical to amalgamate the totara trees and that tree because there's just too much land in between. One tree on its own as a standalone reserve is going to be somewhat problematic in some ways, isn't it?
Yes. A group of trees are better than a single tree on its own, environmentally and for sort of sustainable management. A group of trees are better than a standalone tree.
Because like you say, you'll have to have provision to access that reserve. I guess there's always the option of coming down the cycleway.
Yeah, but you've got to imagine it'll be big machinery, cherry pickers. There'll be a certain width, then they'll need that space for the boom and bits and pieces. So there's always management with trees. So we're looking at that long-term access effects, how we can do that and keeping the costs down.
Does that mean when you talk about maintenance, it's trimming and just keeping it in shape? And
yes, so with large trees on their own, they will drop limbs as they grow. Some limbs are not needed. There's always dead wooding to do. And with oak trees, they grow quite fast in New Zealand. So you're always managing their size, making sure that there's no end weight developing, no sudden failures. So it would be a tree that we would
assessed once or twice every 4 or 5 years. Yeah.
You go and then I'll come back.
So maybe 2 questions about the tree. Can I just be clear, Richard, did you say that hypothetically, if the landowner approached the council about protecting that tree and our experts went out and assessed it, that actually you would deem it worthy of protection?
I'm making a presumption on what I've seen. We would get a consultant arborist out, and he would do what's called a STEM assessment, and he would grade that on various factors. From experience, I would suggest it would make a good protected tree, but I can't confidently say that without going through the exercise.
Thank you. So looking at the maps, and the overlays, which have proved to be most helpful, thank you. So we seem to want to ensure that we have the area to the, if I could describe it, to the Pitfuel Road side of the tree. We want that extended. So is it, from your perspective, do you require all of that, or if you just get the bit on the Higgins Road side, will that do?
So the reasoning behind it was that the root plate would not be in private property as such. So so initially we don't get that damage from root plates. So whether that's from a house build, drive construction, fencing. So anybody loading the root plate up, putting material on top, or digging out and doing a retaining wall. And then secondary, it is about the maintenance of the tree, making sure we can get to it by all aspects. Get right round it with the machine, or arborists can access it easily. So bigger machinery means lower costs, basically. But if you've got guys climbing that tree and they're having to scuttle around it, then your costs start to go up. And then, of course, the last one would be the neighbours. So somebody on the wrong side of that tree will get a lot of leaves, and they'll get a lot of shading for a short period in the autumn time. So from experience, we do understand that causes lots of people some anxious moments.
So to be clear, so for example, if I look at the overlay B2, where we've got the 55 metres around, could I assume then that if we took all that as reserve, that none of the non-reserve area would be shaded by that tree?
I suppose that depends on final design of the.
Well, no, regardless of where a section is, I'm just trying to understand.
I would say people would be shaded.
Right.
Still, yeah, it's a tall tree, so you'd still have that shading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could address that to Mr. Whiting if you wish. I'm not sure whether the council's witness has been on site, is able to comment on that.
Yes.
Yeah, photos of them on site, and we've all been on site as well.
You want to address the question?
I don't. I'm pretty sure, having looked at the tree, there will be some shading, especially in the winter.
I'm happy for Mr. Whiting to make a comment if he wishes.
Guarantee there's going to be shading. So, I mean, I don't know how as a developer, if we do get sections in there, if it stays in its current form, how we're going to sell those sections with the shade that's going to be there and the leaves. I mean, anybody that knows oaks and even the reserves would have to agree with that. They make a river mess. I've seen like piles 2 metres high down the road in recent weeks. So the sucker truck comes and pulls up. Yes, saw them yesterday. That's correct. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor?
I did have one of my Yeah, John, you're a good reminder at the back. I think you're just waving at me. Around the Pitfield Road, and not so much the intersection, but the alternative to Pitfield Road, from a council's perspective, is that a viable option that was suggested in the Homes for Wakefield submission?
So that's the link from along Higgins from Edward through to
From Higgins down to Bird Road, it is there, yeah.
I think it makes good sense from a transport planning perspective, as Mr. Clark said. I think from a practical point of view, it's going to be very expensive. We'd have to redo the existing bridge. And as we've noticed, there is significant flooding at times over both Higgins and Bird Lane. And if we were to lift the road up to avoid that, we have the risk of then forming a dam that produces some further flooding upstream. I mean, that can be addressed with some drainage underneath, but it will not be an easy and cheap exercise.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I've just a question of Mr. Whitman, Wouter. In terms of your evidence, and I've heard from Mrs. Squire, she's talking about it could be reduced to 10 metres around Grossie Street. Would that require some contouring or something of that? Or
I think the stream will require contouring and will require forming a better defined stream channel than what there is now. So yeah, earthworks and recontouring will be required. Yeah.
Yeah. Because at the moment it gets very shallow.
Yep.
At certain points. It starts off quite deep by the road, by Edward Street, and then it gets quite very, very shallow in places and then gets deeper again. You know, it's not a consistent stream. Right. Councillor McKenzie.
Maybe a question for Anna. I just want to tease out this issue around identifying indicative reserves, for example, in our planning maps. So we've read in some of the evidence that indicative tends to become locked in and risks for maybe developers around that. So is it our common practice to always identify indicative reserves as part of a plan change? And in your experience, how do those tend to change when we come to resource consent stage?
Ross would like to talk to that.
Well, I mean, I can add to anything you have to say. So,
yes, in terms of plan changes, it is common for us to include indicative reserves, walkways, and roads. And because at the plan change stage, we don't have the detail around what the landowner's intending to do with that land. That is refined through that resource consent process when more information becomes available. So they are indicative, and there is a definition, I'm pretty sure, in the TRMP around that. Yeah. And Ros, do you want to add to that?
yeah, I can give you a few examples. Motueka West, Mapua, where we have had indicative reserves in the TRMP, where the final location of the reserve is similar, but also in a completely different location. So it's all site specific, and it depends upon the design of the subdivision when it comes to the point. In Motueka West, it really related to stormwater. Again, we had a similar sort of approach where stormwater management and recreation reserves were aligned. And yeah, the design for Wakatu that we're considering at the moment is in a completely different location from what the indicative reserve and the planning map. So Mapua, also the development up, I can't remember the name, the McCashin development, up Seaton Valley. Again, the indicative reserve is in a completely different location to the final reserve in the plan that's being considered at the moment. So yeah, it's an iterative process, obviously. It's part of any consideration of subdivision, and yeah,
Any other questions? No. All right. I've just got a question of Anna. How long do you think you and Mr. Lyle will need to get together so that you can make sure that you agree on this wording that you want to do? So what period of time do we need to consider? So that's for you two to give us I'd like an indication.
Well, can I jump in? Because I've got a very definitive timeframe before the end of next week.
All right, well, that sounds good to me. So you could do it within 2 weeks?
It has to be before the end of next week because I'm away.
Right, well, that's even better. That's even better. And how long are you away? Oh,
That's always good to have a take.
yeah, it is. So,
Through the chair, there's many changes that need to be ironed out. So it shouldn't take us too long to progress that.
okay. But the thing is, once we do that, that has to be shared with the submitters. So we have to follow process in terms of that. So, and then it has to come back to us. So we'll have to. All right. So I don't think we have any other questions at this time. So what I propose to do is that we adjourn. We've got to raise some questions ourselves, of maybe some more information that we might need. Not sure at this stage, but we'd like, we will reconvene at a later date to be set once, because the process is you two will have to get together to agree that, and then that has to be shared with the other submitters and allow them to comment. So at this time, I propose that we adjourn for now until that is done, and then we follow that process. But we want to resolve this as quickly as we can, but we need to do it right.
Although I'm completely chair with other submitters, that would only be if there was some major change against where we are now. If it was a change of 2 or 3 words, it would simply be a matter of notifying them rather than seeking input from them.
I agree.
Otherwise, you're just going to go on and on.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to do that. We certainly don't want to do that. Okay. All right.